Hey there, everybody. It's Unstoppable Stiletzi again. It's been a while, hasn't it, huh? Yeah, it's been quite a long time since we've done this sort of thing, so yeah, I wanted to get back to it again this week. It's just been a long time and it's been long overdue. We've done so many gameplay based streams together that we've forgotten about one of our most favorite pastimes, which is casting games together. So I wanted to do that, starting again with the Outlaw Patch, so we can teach all the players about all sorts of cool Wars Liberty stuff while watching some good gameplay. I'm sure all the gameplays look pretty good, so it should be fun. Yeah, but first is first, we have to share the stream with a bunch of Age of Empires 3 loving Discord servers, so somebody might actually show up at the start, which would be great. Yep, I mean, if you don't want to show up and you want to watch it later, that's on you, but yeah. I would personally love to see it live, so you can ask questions about Wars of Liberty, maybe put in a few cool comments about my casting or whatever, either laugh at me or compliment me, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's all fun games. So yeah, how's everybody doing today? Doing good? Here it's been a pretty rainy day. Like an actually rainy day, and then I'm not even kidding, it's actually been raining out there like crazy. Actually raining cats and dogs out there. Like, but the thing is, thankfully though, the wind has been pretty low, so that means I've been able to keep the windows open, and thus the house hasn't turned into a pizza oven. That is pretty good, because the worst thing during a rainstorm is when the humidity is super high and you have to leave the windows closed so it doesn't get everything all moldy and stuff in your place, and then it ends up turning it into a pizza oven. You end up getting cooked. When you can keep them open, it actually cools the place down because all that cold water flowing around everywhere, and it's great. Yeah. Discord's being a little bit weird with me with the clicking, so I'm just trying to do my best with that. Just so you're forewarned, for these casted game streams, we do have to count out the recordings and make sure that they're all legit and stuff first, so that might take a few extra seconds to do, but other than that, we'll be able to go right into casting stuff right away once that's all done. Yeah, hopefully. So yeah, that'll be pretty good. So yeah, the campaign for the Middle East beta preview has been extremely successful. Extremely successful. Like, really successful. Like, I did not expect things to go that well, honestly. Like, the campaign we did for Order of Guazin was about $200 put in. The one for the Middle East beta was, the amount I put in yesterday was about $450. So, we've already reached past the subscription numbers that we got on the campaign that we did for Guazin within the first day or so. So that is really big. That's actually quite impressive. Because that tells me by the time this thing is all said and done, we're going to have a ton of new Streletsy fans. It's going to be really good. And that's what we need. We need like a huge fan base of people to come to our streams, watch my uploads, We got to grow this channel and make it super big so we can do more gameplay together and stuff. That'd be really good. So hopefully keep up the good work with that, I guess, and yeah, hopefully it all pays off, which I'm praying it will. So yeah, Any fun stories of the day that you want to entertain me on? While I'm sort of copying and pasting all this stuff into a billion Discord servers. Nobody's yapped about anything yet, so I'm gonna assume your day was pretty okay, pretty average. Because if it's average, then it was good enough that there was nothing bad to say, and it was bad enough for there was nothing good to say. So, yeah, basically just neutral day in general. So yeah, I'm surprised I didn't get a lot more Big Soprano people interested in that Legend of Zelda mod for Zero AD there, Hyrule Conquest. That left me a bit shocked, honestly. I did not quite expect that at all. So yeah, that was pretty interesting to say the least. So yeah, how many servers do I have to do left here? Let me find out. Only a few more and we should be all set to go. Yep. Big time. Alright, let's get to Aegis server now. Oh yeah, I picked the thumbnail because they somehow put a Moroccan and a Israeli flag on there, and I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting, since those are both factions that don't exist in the mod. I think Hoopthrower actually did make a civ design for Israel at some point, some Israeli-Palestine-based civ, but that never ended up coming about. But there will be Morocco in the future. That is going to be a confirmed civ in Morris Liberty in the future. I don't know when. It was definitely talked about many times, them doing the Moroccans. They were going to do Moroccans, Algerians, and Egyptians as well, back then Egypt was an African civ. Right now it's going to be a Middle East civ. So, like, North Africa-wise, you'll have Algeria and you'll have Morocco. I don't know if they'll do Tunisia. Some people talk about that, and they're like, oh, I want to do Tunisia, I want to do Libya. And it's like, you got to have an okay design for that. So, it's really up to the birds whether that can be done or not. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, big time. So yeah, we'll see if that ends up coming about anything. So yeah, should be good either way. And I think I just shared with all the servers I needed to, so we get to do the next fun part, which is actually finding all the recordings that we're actually going to be able to do when they won't start with version mismatch. Because in my big hiatus with doing tons of gameplay, I've sort of just dropped the ball in terms of knowing where we are in the standing. So I'm going to actually count from bottom and go up, because that might be easier to do. So we'll go 1, uno, dos, 2, 3. I don't know if that's actual oh, that should be interesting. So 3, 4, cuatro, 5, 6, 7, Juanito. 7. Yep, that clicked right. 7. Where's Discord UI acting all crazy? Then we got, I believe we got a 8, hopefully 8. And a 9, I believe, 9. Do we have a 9 and Diaz? And then maybe 11, I don't know. I don't know if these are going to work, but I want to do as many of them as I can. And then 12 would be 12. And where are we with the rest of these? Now, I don't know if these ones are going to function or not, so that's up to, I don't know. I'm going to start with those ones, just 12 of them. I did ping that server today, too, to see if anybody wanted to submit anything. If you want to submit anything right now during the stream, go right ahead and we will totally, do that with you. So what we're going to do now, which is a bit different, is we're going to start with recordings at the bottom and then we're going to work our way up. So that way we actually know which ones will actually work in, the game. I think I do have the previous version of the patch, of the Outlaw Patch available on my machine as well. So if it does out of sync, we can try that. Otherwise, we're just going to do the one we currently got and go with that, yeah. Let's go into save game, up here, and just paste those recordings right in. Alright, so which would be the first one that we're going to do? Okay, so let's give it a go. Alright. I just wish people would name their recordings a bit better, honestly. Yeah, that thing would make things a bit better. Definitely. So this one is record game 9. Alright, so let's find that one now. And we should be all set. Okay. So here we go. Let's find record 9. 999. Record games here. And where's record game 9 in the list? It's taking a while to load. Okay. Yeah, I got a ton of files in here. I don't even clean up anything. Look at how much hoarding I do in this thing. Look at all the files I got in here. I don't even clean this place up at all. Yeah, because I have no time to, so I guess I just get to keep clicking around, I guess. Alright, so record game 9. This will be our first game of the day. And all we do is we just look at the recording while it's going on, and we commentate on just about everything that we see. Alright, so basically turn the fog of war, view lock off, so that way we can scroll around and we can look at things. So what map is this? I don't know what map this is. This might be Fiji or one of the Polynesian maps, I believe. So who do we got? So we got me versus Ringa. And you know what I'm going to do actually? I'm probably not going to do that one because I mainly don't want to basically go over old stuff that I've already put on my channel. I have already published that one, so let's look at somebody else's game so we can either praise them or laugh at them. That's what we like to do. So which recording is the next one in the list? Next one would be, let's see what we got here. Are you sure it's record game 9? Free for all. It might be another one. Let me find out. We might have picked up the wrong one. Record game 9. Yeah, no, it says it's the right one. So is it free for all. Now that's an interesting one. I want to see that one. Free for all. FFA. So it's not showing them in the list. The ones I just pasted in. Is it possible maybe it didn't download or we missed it or something? Oh, we missed it. Wow. Oof. I thought I downloaded everything alright. I might have missed that one too actually, so let's give that one a go. Because the fact that somebody other than Veringo submitted would tell me probably we should you know, do that one maybe. Yeah. I think we missed that one too because I don't see a record game 9 up here, so I think we indeed messed up on that one too. So let me copy paste those in right now. Now we should be able to find those ones. Alright, so what do we got here? So we should look for record game 9, right? Record game 9, parentheses 1. Let's go over to this spot. Click, click, click. Click, 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 click. It's taking a while, isn't it? Yeah, I haven't done this in a long time, so it feels a bit odd coming back to it. Alright, record game 9, parentheses 1. This is the one we're doing. It should be a 2v2 game based on what the submitter said. Alright, so yeah, basically what we do is we look at every game recording we got, and let me check that real quick. 1 second. Might have a delivery. Let me see what that is. You're not going to believe it. As soon as we start the first game of the day, somebody shows up with a prescription delivery for somebody at my place. I'm like, what? Really? Just as we're starting? Unbelievable, right? Yeah. So, yeah, let's just continue. So, what we got here is we got a 2 versus 2 game. We got Akimorin and Varingo on one side up here at the top. And then down here at the bottom, we got Fierlo and Josevi. It's a 2v2 game, so it's going to be a pretty good battle. Pretty much. I'm also closing some stuff in my PC right now, so it doesn't lag as much. Close that too. Yeah, I want to close it. Why are you prompting me? Alright, there we go. Okay. So, what civs we got? So, we got a Greece teamed up with an Argentina. And then up here, we got a Chile and a Peru. So, a lot of Juanito Bonito civilizaciones, except for the Greeks. And this should be a pretty good match. So, who has the advantage here in this 2 versus 2? I'm going to give you a bit of a hint. It's probably going to be the... Whoa, wait a second now. What? Whoa. Wait a second. Red alert. Josevi just screwed up the build order. He just messed it up. You know how he messed it up? He used his starting wagon and he made a market with it. You're not supposed to do that if there's water. You're supposed to make a dock. How did you mess that up? I don't know. It's already the start of the stream and somebody already fumbled so bad. Unbelievable, man. Really, I mean, he must be simping pretty hard for the enemy team to do that. I mean, seriously, like, here's some advice for you. If you're ever playing Greeks on a map that has water and fishable fish, always build a dock. Always do that. And I'm serious. You always have to do that. You know why you gotta do that? Because the dock will give you free fishing boats as the Greeks. So it's basically, you know how the Ottoman town centers give you villagers for free over time? Constantly producing settlers? That's how the Greeks work with their docks. They'll produce fishing boats infinitely over time. So he basically gave up a whole chance to boom on this map by going with the market start. Why would you do that? I don't know why he would do that. That's crazy. He just messed up the whole match probably for himself and his ally doing that. I mean, I can't say that 100%. Maybe he's trying something a bit different. But I can tell you right now, whenever you see Greeks on a map that has fishable fish and they don't build a dock, you already know the gameplay is going to be a bit shot because they're already making bad judgment calls. But we'll see. Maybe he's got a special build order that's better than going fishing booming, but I really doubt it. We'll have to look at it, though. So, yeah. Other than that, though, it's really tough to say right now who the winner's going to be. I would definitely say Peru and Chile team is looking a lot better now that Greece sort of fumbled their early game going for the market instead of the dock. I'm just telling you that right now. So, let's look at these decks right now and figure out what their method is going to be here. So, this is a Argentine standard deck nowadays. It has a lot of parts to it, so I'm going to go over it. The most important thing you need to know about the Argentinians is they're a herdable base civ. So they get these. You got this card right here called Cimarrones. It gives you a pasture and allows cows to spawn faster from it. So instead of, well, I shouldn't say instead of, so you can still build livestock pens as the Argentines, but they get this cool replacement to the mill. It's called the pasture, so you can take a pasture and put vills on it to gather food, or the pasture will actually produce cows over time at it, a bit like the haciendas from Definitive Edition's Mexicans, and those cows can be fattened at the pasture. The thing you gotta realize, though, is that the pasture's gather rate for the vills is actually half, so it's really bad. But the fattening rate for the cows is actually twice as fast as it is at a livestock market, so you probably should try to get a pasture as soon as possible as the ARGs, right? And related to that, there's a few cards. You got Cimarrones, which makes the cows pop out a bit faster, also gives you a pasture wagon, so it's a good start. But there's also two other important cards. You got Saladeros. So the Delos actually improves the whole process by having the cows that spawn from the pasture actually be in a semi-fattened state, which means they're already going to come with most of their food. Well, not most of their food, but about half or so of their food already attached to the animal. So you have to wait a lot less for the cow to fatten up, which is great. And then there's one last card too, called Butchers. Now, what Butchers does, it takes all the food in your stockpile here, all of this food, and it turns it to coin. It turns it to money. So basically, how you're supposed to play Argentina is you're supposed to go full herdable economy, get tons of food, and then take all that food and turn it into money when you need it. That's sort of the whole economic purpose of Argentina, right? Secondarily, Argentine coin crates are silver coin crates, which means they contain 10 extra coin in each crate. So 700 coin is actually 770 coin, which makes it slightly better. You know, it's enough to do what you normally would for a fast fortress, but you can still fit in maybe 2 or 3 musket units, which is pretty good, you know? It's quite good, actually. Not only that, there's some other stuff in this deck too that we need to watch out for. We got the Regimiento de Castas, which gives you a mercenary called the Moreno at your barracks, so we might see that be put into play. We also have Outlaw play with the Codizimo card, as well as the Facundo card. And yeah, basically it's pretty powerful, you know? And then we also have a lot of stuff related to cavalry here. We got this card, Tácticas de Guemas. This is a card that we don't always see, but it can be good if you like Infanades because it allows them to train faster, and it allows you to make them at your towers and your houses. So, hypothetically, if you didn't want to build a stable, you just wanted to use Infanades in the early game, you could just go with this and make them out of your houses so you wouldn't even have to build any additional structures for wood, which could potentially be good, you know? Obviously, in late game, it's just one more set of trainable buildings that you can use in your base for defense, so not bad for that either. I just don't like it because it doesn't do anything to improve the stats of the unit itself, so I'm kind of a little bit iffy on it, but that's just me. Right, so what are we going to see in terms of military? So Greeks are just getting their barracks now. It looks like the Greeks did end up building a dock, so, well, at least they learned their lesson. At least they learned their lesson here. I was going to say if it was this deep into the game and we didn't see a dock from the Greeks, I was really going to be worried for them. You know, that being said, I think it would have been much easier to build the dock at the start because the dock is a 200 wood building and the market is only 100 wood. You would have saved about 100 wood by just getting the dock sooner. Not to mention you'd already have more fishing boats out by now. I mean, how many does he have right now? He has 3. He probably could have had 5 or 6 of them, you know? And on top of that, there's a politician at the dock for the Greeks that gives you 2 more fishing boats, so potentially even more. I mean, he probably would have owned the water by now, but because he's starting so late, it's a bit risky, you know? Now, one thing to look at, though, is the fact that he did go with the market age up means that he did actually get about... Wait a second now. Wait a second. Did he even go with the market age? Yes, he did, because I see the food crate here. Yeah. So if you age up at the market in age 1 as the Greeks, you get a 500 food crate. So it looks like he ended up going with that, which, again, I don't quite understand the reasoning of that, because I think the fishing boats could do even better for you in that regard, so we'll see. Alright, so we got some combat right now. We got Muchateros attacking the Gauchos. So the Muchatero is what we call an assault unit. So it's actually a form of foot cavalry. You know how in the Legacy game we have coyote runners of the Aztecs since the Aztecs don't have any horse cavalry? Muchateros are sort of in that same category of a troop. They run fast and they do splash, so yeah.
¿Qué querés?
They're nothing too serious, but yeah. Also, let me check the mic here while I'm on here with you, just to make sure it's audible and stuff. I think it should be, but yeah, it looks like it is. Israel is a faction. Argentina is a dope faction. Israel is not a faction. It was talked about in the past by Hoop Thrower, who thought about designing it, but it was never really taken anywhere on the drawing board, other than a few sketches on the old Wars of Liberty forum, I think. He had some weird design that mixed Christian and the Islam and the Judeo sort of elements into like multiple factions and stuff, which would have been pretty cool, but who knows, maybe we'll see that in the future. But yeah, Argentina, really good civ. I totally agree with you on that. So what Argentina, in fact, is going to do to counter the Mosqueteros is actually make the Patricios. So the Patricio is a musketeer that the Argentines has. It's a bit more expensive, but it's also a lot stronger. So if you look at the stats on these Patricios right now, you'll notice that their hit points are a whopping 200. So they're kind of in the same category as a Janissary in terms of their combat readiness, but they're actually a bit cheaper. They're only about 90 food and about 225 coin. So a little bit more cost effective than a Janissary, I would say, which is quite good. Now they'll also be backed up by the Greeks who made the Klept. The Klept is a early game skirmisher, so like crossbowmen, longbowmen, sort of that category of a unit. And then the Argentines have their own unit, the Escopetero. So the Escopetero, similar to the Klept, is an early game skirmisher, but it's a bit different since it uses a shotgun weapon instead of a normal rifle, which means the Escopetero actually deals splash damage or area of effect damage. As you can see right here, you see how it says 14 range with one area? Basically, when the Escopetero shoots its firearm, it blasts a bunch of bullets out, and there's a good chance it'll hit units to the left and right and front and back of where it targets, which is quite good. Also, the Mosqueteros are doing a great job at flanking the recruits there, and it will actually wipe out that formation. I don't think they'll be able to continue the battle, but that was pretty interesting how the Mosqueteros were able to take out some recruits there. Recruits are just musketeers belonging to the Balkan civs, so the Greeks, the Serbs, civs like that. What their gimmick is they have lower hit points, but they have higher attack volume, so they're a little bit more powerful in that sense. So what we're going to see now is Patricios and Escopeteros leading the way, and be trailed by some Klepts and recruits. It seems like right now Peru and Chile don't have a very developed military right now, and that might cause some issues for them, so they're going to have to come up with something here. That being said, Mosqueteros in the right place at the right time to hit the squishy Escopeteros right where they need to. Civicos are going to do a mix, it looks like, of both range and melee attack. And unfortunately, though, they just don't have the numbers to hold it up, so they're going to have to retreat back to this position, right? Looks like Akimorin did manage to get to Fortress Age, and he did get a Krupp steel cannon by going with the German immigrants 2 times in a row as an age up. So what is, it looks like Argentines are going to go up with the Italians right now, which is great. What is Peru's long-term plan, by the way? So what is their tactic? I just want to see, because there's multiple ways we can do Peru. You can go Brañero, you can go Lancero, you can go Legion de Peruana Grenadier. He seems to have the Campaña de Restauración upgrade card, so he might go Grenadier now. I can see him actually queuing them up right now, so it looks like he's going to go with the Grenadier option, which could be pretty strong. But we'll see if he keeps going with that or changes to something else. Chile, though, getting a Salatiela wagon from the home city in Age 3. So, basically, what is going to be Chile's strategy, actually, to deal with this? Because it looks like right now, they're in a lot of hot water. They're being targeted by 2 opponents who have a mixture of skirmish and heavy infantry, which means Civicos are not going to be well equipped for that. Civicos are kind of a weaker musketeer. Their main gimmick is they have pikeman-like properties, as well as a unique ability that allows them to run faster and do anti-infantry damage instead of anti-cav. But unfortunately, in little numbers like this, Civicos are just really not that good. They're really not that good at all, so yeah, it's going to be a bit tough there. The Krupp Steel Cannon is actually a culverin-based artillery piece, so while it might do a bit of good crush damage here, nothing comparable to a Falconet. That being said, Legion Piranhas come into... Oh wow, good volley there with the Grenadiers. Took out about 3 units there, and now he's going to have to make a tactical retreat using Peru's Civ bonus that gives you an increased movement speed upon unit death. So he's just going to run out of there, and he's kind of trying to gauge the battle and trying to put it in his favor, which I think is a pretty smart thing to do. Unfortunately, Akimorin got a fort at the wrong time, and his fort's actually going to be targeted by all this infantry. Once these recruits get in, I think the fort probably will be going down, even though there is a cannon here doing a bit of crush damage to him, which he seems to be ignoring right now. Let's see if these Legion Piranhas can get a recharge on their grenade throw and potentially do something about that. I notice how Ringo is actually targeting the recruits instead of the skirmish units, which is actually a pretty smart tactic, because it's actually the heavy infantry that's dealing more siege than the skirmish units. So the recruits deal about 20 siege, and the Escos only deal about 8 siege. So the fact that he's decided to snipe the heavy infantries first is actually the smart play, and will actually help clean up the base of all the infantry units, which is pretty good. Also, those Legion Piranhas have their charge attack ready, and they're able to wipe out those infantry, which is great. I think right now, Argentina and Greece are indeed forced to leave that fort alone and let it just exist there for now. They did a great job at sort of cutting it down a bit, but unfortunately Chile will repair it now. They have about 2 shipments available, and what cards can they get? So it looks like Akimorin said Fast Alemania, so it's built around the German immigrant setup. He's got a number of options here. He could ship in some wood, he could get some towers, he could set up outlaws with Codissimo, he could get a boost to his food, get some military upgrades. Casa de Monedas for the coin, by the way. Something else to note about Chile, every card you send with Chile comes with the crate of 100 resources of some kind, so you'll either get 100 coin, 100 food, 100 wood, sometimes 100 experience points, depending on what the card is. So it's a nice way for Chile to basically make sure it's always bringing in resources, even if the hunts and the mines are out of reach. That being said, Chile also has their Salatiera set up as well. The Salatiera is a ultimate building that Chile uses to produce crates for free over time. So basically it'll keep dropping off crates around the perimeter of the building, and your villas have to go there and pick them up. Right now Akimorin has it on food, so he's actually going to be able to maintain a constant production of 1 barracks of Civicos. And from what it looks like right now, he is actually able to maintain a queue at not only the barracks but also the fort. So a little bit of infantry support for Verdingo, who's the main combatant here. Has Verdingo gotten... yep, he's gotten the inspired upgrade on the Legion Piranhas. This is their veteran upgrade. This will make him a bit better in combat. These are considered to be Grenadier, Western-style Grenadier infantry, which means they have a charged grenade throw, and then they opt to shoot with their musket for about 60 or so seconds before resuming another grenade throw. So yeah, basically it's like a musketeer that specializes mostly in infantry fighting. Like that, see that? That's what the charge attack is for the Grenadier, to do like a nice volley of grenades, wipe out a bunch of units, and then they will pull their musket out until they can get another grenade out, which takes about 60 seconds. So in that sense, with Peru, you get this great opportunity where after you do your charge grenade throw, use that speed on death bonus to just get out of the battlefield, wait for that grenade to recharge, and then go in and throw another one. With almost every other Civ's Grenadier, once they lock into a battle, they might actually be forced to deal with a lot of consequences and perhaps have a lot of skirms and muskets be blasting damage into them. But with Peru, since they get that speed on death bonus, they can like throw the grenade and just run out of there and take very little punishment for doing that attack. That's sort of the gimmick that Peru is really good at. And in particular, the Legion Piranhas is one of the best explorers of that, just because of that charged grenade throw being used again and again and again. That being said, though, it's not perfect. Obviously, in this situation where your base is under pressure, You can't just afford to keep running and hiding, because they'll just go after your villagers and buildings where it hurts, and then there won't be much you can do. So eventually you have to stamp your foot down as Peru and actually get a competent military setup there. And that's what we're going to probably see Ringo have to do right now, is basically he's got his Legion Piranhas in position here, and he's going to have to hit in as best as he can into this formation. He did actually take one out, and he's going to force the Patricios off to the side there, right? Now we're probably going to see the conjoining of both of these armies of Grenadiers here of Peru, and Ringo's probably going to need some good micro to get the most out of them. Yeah. One thing that you'll learn about Grenadier troops in Wars of Liberty, it really benefits you to learn good micro. So if you can take your mouse or your mouse pad and like target like 3 or 4 groups of units together, you can probably do really crazy stuff with that. But if you can only target like one group with the Grenadiers, you waste a lot of that projectile potential and it just goes to waste. So we'll see in the end if the Legion Piranha set up here by Ringo ends up paying off if he can micro them well, you know. One way that you can help to do that a bit is with control groups. Another way is just being really fast with your fingers and being able to, like, you know, take a nice rectangle with your mouse and hit like 20 of your units and just hit that group, and then that group, and, you know, put a blanket on them, basically. Like a blanket over a, I don't know, pigs in a blanket or something, yeah. And that's sort of the way you want to go about in that situation. Yeah, so now it's kind of an interesting situation to see if Greece and Argentina can break the defenses. I think Peru is going to be their main threat, while Chile is still competent enough to put in military right now, thanks to the Salvatierra, and now the breweries tech bringing in some gold works to bring in some coin. Basically, Peru's right now has the better military and economy, because he wasn't the one that was under pressure the most there, so he's a bit more secured right now. Yeah, that being said, Chile, of course, will provide some good support with Cívicos. Has a few of the Vivenderas, las Juanitas Muy Bonitas skirmishers, and their Group Steel Cans still alive. But yeah, I would assume that Greece and Argentina are probably looking to push into Ringo's direction. We even see some Escoltas coming out. These are assault cavalry. Or what's sometimes considered to be heavy cavalry. So in Wars of Liberty, there were light melee cavalries and there were heavy melee cavalries. Light melee cavalries, or what's considered to be the scout tag, would be things like the hussar, so clearly good at cutting down skirmishers and cannons, but maybe not so much against muskets. Whereas an assault unit like this, the Escolta, is actually really good at fighting things like spearmen, muskets, because they have hand armor. They normally have some sort of attack property or something else that makes them be able to withstand long-term heavy infantry fighting. In the case of the Escolta, it has a lance, and the lance does anti-heavy infantry multipliers. So really, when an Escolta at this stage does damage, it's really doing 90 damage to musketeers. So the Cívicos, even the Legion Piranhas, which are also heavy infantry, are going to concur about 90 or so damage depending on what their armor is. So that's pretty big. I think in particular, Escoltas will be quite dangerous for the Cívicos, just because the Cívicos aren't the strongest troops out there. Also, it looks like Fierro's also grabbing a treasure here for about, how much? 235 coin, is that right? Wow. Speaking of which, let's see how Fierro's doing with his economy. How many pastures is he on? So he's on about 4 of them. I would say probably by age 3, having about 4 pastures is probably appropriate. You definitely want enough to make sure that you're constantly making enough cows to be able to fatten enough and constantly provide a big supply of food. Because one of the worst things is when you're playing as Argentina, you don't have enough cows fattening, and then when your villagers can't find the cows, they can't make a nice steak, they're going to go idle and you're not going to get any food. And then you have to go back like 2 minutes later realizing that that's the reason you have no food, is because the villagers literally didn't know what to do. Your villagers will by default not gather from a cow until it's fully fattened. And that's for your benefit, so you don't end up wasting all that food growth on the animal. So if you want those vills to constantly be doing their job, you got to provide them those full-fed cows to keep eating. If you don't do that, they're just going to sit there and wait and say, I don't see any fully fed cows. I'm awaiting your next order. So you kind of have to make sure that you're giving them the food they need to actually do that job properly. Yeah, unfortunately, Chile is surrounded right now, and they're just going to get cooked by the escoltas, no problem. Ringo right now just has Grenadiers up to the veteran upgrade. Did he add the special card to him yet? We'll see. Okay, so it looks like... Oh, no! Whoa! Oh, no, that's not good. He went for the escoltas, which is so bad. And because the escoltas were in movement, the grenades completely missed. Or almost completely missed. Oh, wait a minute, no, it looks like... no, it looks like he didn't even fire. But the thing is, you should never throw grenades in the cavalry, because there's actually a malice on the grenade throw that you don't see right now because they just did the grenade throw. There's a malice on the grenade throw that basically makes it weaker against mounted units. So heavy cavalry, light melee cavalry, even ranged cavalry like the maneuver class and the mounted skirms. So yeah, that's something you need to be aware of when you're doing them basically. Looks like Ringo did go to age 4. He did get a nice mass of mercenary Fenians. The Fenians are a mercenary maneuver unit on foot, so sort of like a foot dragoon. And thus they're great against heavy cavalry, but they can be used against infantry too if, prepared properly. Getting surrounded a bit by patricios on that side. Ringo going in with artisanal cannons, but without any sort of infantry protectors there, so that's going to be a bit risky. That being said, it looks like Greece does retreat. He does pull out of there. Fierro doesn't bother saving his patricios. He ends up letting them fall there. Another annoying thing in Peru is you can also get the def on speed bonus with your artillery too. So, yeah, basically Ringo has this nice advantage where he's actually being able to keep distance between himself and the infantry here. And it's giving him a huge advantage right now. Oh man, look at this. And now the fort's helping out too. Oh, he's going into melee with the Clapes. That's not a good idea. You should have used the recruits for that. The Clapes hand attack is kind of bad. It's only about 8. The recruits hand attack is about 15, which is a lot better. So I think that's a bit of a blunder there by, the Greek player there. So will pressure be able to resume? I don't think so, because it looks like the Fenians are doing a good job with their micro and staying out of the targeting range of the infantry. And basically this fort is pounding down on them right now. Yeah. Alright, and I gotta confess something about these. These are mountain artilleries. They're actually not heavy cannons. They're actually a form of culverin that the nation-state civs get access to, so the Greeks and the Serbs, and the Romanians and the Bulgarians. So this is actually not that great against infantry. Just thought I'd point that out. But what they are good at, they're good against artillery, they're good against ships, and they're good against buildings. So yeah, basically that's what they are mostly specialized against. Oh wow, look, the Fenians there going into combat against the Escoltas now. Bad idea though. Fenians actually don't have any melee multipliers against assault, only range. So Ringo ended up fumbling that a little bit there. Now he can start kiting a bit. Like, he can go back to this position and start picking off some of the Escolts, I think. And that could be pretty good, yeah. Could be quite good, actually. So if Ringo's actually going to get his own fort, he's also getting a foundry to make some more artillery right now. How did he get that other artillery? Did he, ship it in? I think he might have shipped it in. Because I don't see where he possibly got those 5 other cannons from if he didn't have a foundry there before. Yeah, no, where's the Fenians? Does he still have the Fenians here? He let them die. He let the Fenians die? That's not good. He should have just kept them off to the side here and picked off these Skolts one by one and saved his ally a bit of time there. Because now it's going to be a bit chaotic here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh wow, look at this. Now this is going to be an interesting aspect to play. Because he's Peru, Ringo actually got his Guanera. The Guanera is a unique building that the Peruvians get from the home city. It's basically a factory on water, so it can trickle either food, wood, or coin, depending on what you need. And it produces a ship over time called the turret ship. And the turret ship is basically this really powerful siege ship that's like an ironclad that does a lot of good long-range siege damage against buildings and boats. Not only that, it can train a sailor unit to the Guardia Marina as well. So yeah, it's a really flexible unit. And thus, Fringo was able to completely wipe out Greece's fishing economy, bringing their score down to a mere 176 compared to what it was before. Yeah, alright, so now we see Grenadiers with... whoa. Micro those cannons. You're losing too many of them. He just thrusted them into the cavalry like that. Right into the oven. Why did he do that? It's so unfortunate. He could have probably preserved them a bit better if he just micro those a bit better there. I mean, he probably could make some more at this point, but still. You know your ally is sort of slipping at the seams right now. You really need to make sure that you're winning these fights. For not only you, but him as well. Yeah, that being said, it looks like Ringo did get the guard upgrade on the Grenadiers. He's got the heroic upgrade, which is the guard one. That means these Grenadiers are really looking good right now. Range attack of about 35 and a hand attack of about 30. He did boost this up, so yep, these Grenadiers are definitely looking great right now. And yeah, also recharge of the grenade throw. Took out a huge swath of recruits there. Quite good. More artillery is coming in right now to boost up the guard Pruanas. Also shipping in about 20 llamas. I don't know about llamas. I would have probably shipped in villagers or maybe one of the upgrade cards. But definitely, if he's running low on food, maybe he could do that. He also got a nice cherry orchard with the Japanese immigrant age up, so he was able to use some vills to gather from the cherry orchard as well, which is quite nice. Does Chile still have their Salatiela? Yes, they do. So Chile can technically still support his ally a bit. Be it not great because he's lacking a lot of vills there, but yeah. Now, one card I wish Chile had was the one that would allow him to make horses at the mills. Because that'd be a nice supplemental food income that he could use here. Because he doesn't have that, it's going to be a bit tough, you know? Yeah. Alright, so the turret ships are pulling out. They should hypothetically come back and start attacking this position again. Especially these fish traps. Yeah, Greece is the only civ right now in the game that has a late game resource building on the water. So Greek fishing boats can build these fish traps to actually collect fish into the late game for food. Because normally on water maps you can only get late game coin through the whales, but the Greeks allow you to get late game food through the fish traps. It's one of their unique little gimmicks. Yeah. Also, Chile is just getting Cotole from their Coinworks right now, which is the second upgrade gather rate-wise for those. So, really doing everything he can to sort of hang in there with his economy. What's Fiero's plan going to be? So he's going to mass up Infernales, it looks like. I don't know if Infernales is the call here, but could work. Basically, Infernales are a mounted pikemen. So they actually have multipliers against cavi. And some hand armor too, to sort of make them like a good anti-cavalry unit. That being said though, their hand attack is pretty good. But the problem is since the Grenadier is a heavy infantry unit, there's a malice there that cuts it in half. So they're only really doing about 15-16 hand damage to these Grenadiers, which is kind of poop. It's kind of poop, you know? Compared to what the Escoltas do with like 90-something damage. And for Infernales are barely doing a lot. Also, yeah, look at that. Good move there by Peru. Getting a good target on their opponent there. Taking out quite a few of the Infernales. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Oh, wow, he's raiding into Chile, too. That's not good. Yeah, no, that's horrible. Definitely bad for Chile. Barracks is getting sieged right now. Right there. Yeah, I think Chile is basically done for right now. But Peru can still hypothetically push out. So Peru is going to attack with Pardos, which he just got to veteran upgrade. And he's got his Grenadiers there, he's got his artillery. Now Argentina just went to age 4, so he's got a massive escoltas ready for him there. Is Ringo going to add in more spearmen, or is that it? Because I would probably get some more spears. Get the guard upgrade on the spears too. And just go in for a solid push right now. Because you really don't have a lot of time. You got to you got to press one of these guys here. And you got to take your turret ships too and start attacking onto the naval area as well. Oh no, it looks like the Greeks actually started to build some battleships of their own. So it looks like they will be able to fight back, it looks like, yeah. Which is not good. Turret ships there. These are siege-based boats, so they will hypothetically do better against heavy boats. But we'll see what happens there. Looks like the Pardos are going to take a push onto the Gauchos, as well as the Legion Puanas and the artillery. Kind of just leaving Chile for dead right there because there's not much you can do to help him. He's also using his heavy ships there to support the land a bit. But now the turret ships are going to turn around and start bombarding into these right now. Yep. Is he going to target his... he should target the turret ships first before he does anything on there. Otherwise it's going to... I think one of these boats is going to be destroyed though, at least. Peru coming in pretty strong right there. Turret ships also are going to take out one of the boats. How long does it take to get another turret ship for Peru? Can he get another turret ship out before that thing will take it out? Potentially. I think he probably can get another turret ship in time. Just to fight that thing off. And that'll at least defend him on water. Looks like Chile is still alive. He lost his Salvatierra though, so he's not going to have late game resources out of that. Oh, Fierro just deletes all his cows so if Ringo can't steal them. That's pretty nifty trick. Also, does he have his escorts still? Yes, he does. But here's the thing. It looks like the Grenadiers intercept the Marauders, which is light melee cav that the Greeks get, kind of like a Yudon. And takes those out. Oh man, here comes the mountain artilleries. You might want to reposition these artisanals into targeting mode for these infantry. Yep, take out all these heavy infantry here. Oh man, Vlingo, Bonito Vlingo, you gotta micro them. Get the cans down here, get the spears up here. Get the cans down there and the spears up there. That's what you need to do, because Salt's attacking you from the north. And then you got artillery up there, so you really want your spears up there. Kind of want the cans down here pressing the infantry. Alright, well... Okay, it looks like some of the escolts are down. Will we lose another escort there? Yep, that one goes down. Okay. How was that fight, relatively speaking? I mean, the main problem is the escolts are still alive, so you still got a potential threat there to worry about. Turret ship did come out in time, so it will intercept this battleship here and take it out. There you go. Eliminate that. Oh, so it looks like the recording just finished. So it looks like the Varingo team ended up losing. That's unfortunate. Varingo put up a pretty good fight. You know, he knew to do a mix of grenadiers, spears, and artillery. I think Chile, unfortunately, took a lot of heat there and a lot of pressure. It kind of benefited the Peru team that Greece did not start with the dock like they normally should do. So yeah, that kind of gave Chile a bit of an opportunity, a window to sort of hold on, but you know, you're talking about Chile, Civico de Battalions fighting Patricios, like really, and recruits two far better musket units, so yeah. Just an unfortunate time to play Chile in that matchup. So yeah, we'll probably go into another match now, see what that's all about. Let's load up the game again, so we don't have any crashing issues. Let's do that. I think now we're going to look at a free-for-all, which should be fun. The only thing I'm a little bit spooked about is the fact that free-for-alls have a bad habit of out-syncing. Just because they're a bigger game and, you know, yeah. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to take a quick leak, you know, make some quick lemonade, and then I'll be back in 1 second. I'm not actually making lemonade, by the way. You know what I mean, right? Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is, while you're trying to talk about a casted game, is have to, you know, tinkle, tinkle. Let's do it. Let's get into a free-for-all now. What's this one about? I wonder how many combatants are going to be in this free-for-all. Oh, so Ray Power resigned, or he disconnected. Okay, so we got Alucard, Cyber Ranger, Lars, and Josevi. So we got about 4 combatants here. It looks like Ray Power did Italy, and he left all his crates here, which is really bad, because you know what? Somebody has 200 IQ, they're going to take their settler, and they're going to grab all these crates. It's one of the worst things that happen in a game when somebody disconnects at the start of the game is somebody can steal those crates and use them really well. Almost like they're playing on the con almost. And the worst thing is on Carolina map, which this one is, basically the starting crates are bigger than normal. So that could be a huge red flag. Yeah, quite a big red flag. So what civs do we got? So we got Josevi playing Germany. We got Alucard playing Bulgaria. Cyber Ranger's playing Canada, and Lars is playing Portugal. Alright, so all four of those civs are very good. Bulgaria would hypothetically be the weakest free-for-all civ, but by a small margin. Yeah, mainly in late game, Bulgaria is going to rely a lot on assault cavalry. So if you can somehow counter that, you might be able to beat them. But it's going to be tough, though. It's going to be really tough because the Bulgarians got a secret. They get a Royal Guard upgrade for their Honor Guards, which is their assault cavalry, called the Convoy, which not only has more hit points to the unit, it also adds extra armor, giving it an armor value of about 40% hack armor and 40% pierce armor. So, a really horrible unit to try to fight. Yeah, we're probably going to see mass convoy spamming from the Bulgaria player here. Now, what are they going to be fighting? They're going to be fighting a fully amped up Portugal, potentially. That could be difficult, especially if Portugal booms very well. Germany's another strong late game civ. That's another one to watch out for. Watch out for as well. And what was the other one? Canada. Yes. Cyber Ranger playing the Canadians. The second Orochrony civ. That could be another good one. Very strong late game units, especially the age 4 and 5 ones. The Voltigouard du Quebec, the Mountie, the Mississauga Horse, sometimes the Black Watch. Yeah, I mean, if Canada can get a good economy here, get to Imperial Age, start pumping out the Voltigouard du Quebecs and Mounties, you might have a match for convoys from Bulgaria. That's all I can tell you about that, basically. So that should be pretty interesting, yeah. Big time, so yeah. But I will say, probably from a player skill POV, Alucard is definitely the strongest one here. That's sort of the funny thing about it. Hypothetically, Bulgaria would be the weakest civ in a free-for-all. But he's the best player here, so he could probably leverage that to his advantage, right? Yeah. Especially when Lars is probably going to be busy eating gummy bears. It's very special gummy bears during the match, so he's probably not fully with it during the gameplay. So that'll be a bit of a problem. You know, you'll be trying to do stuff like whoa, 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 like that in his brain, and yeah, you know what I mean, yeah. We know Larsy Lars. Oh wow, look at Larsy! Look at what Larsy's gonna do. He is gonna eat some of Ray Power's hunt and potentially grab his crates. If he grabs his crates, that will actually push Lars pretty far ahead along the way. Oh no, yeah, I mean, if Lars can do that, he's in great shape, yeah. Oh no, he couldn't find the hunt over here, so he ended up going for these hunts all the way across the map. Oh, that's so bad. That's horrible. That's so bad. I hope Lars can find these crates and grab them really fast. I mean, can he see it from over here? Does he know where he is? Oh, he doesn't. He's just an inch away from it. He's got to find those crates and grab them. He's got to do it. If he's going to be going up against Alucard, he needs those extra resources to be able to keep up with them there. Yeah, no. But I will say, though, I've done some multiplayer games with Lars playing Portugal. I will say Portugal is probably the best civ that Lars can do. Probably the best one. So, if Lars is going to perform good at all here, it's probably going to be with the Portuguese civ. Alright, he does find those crates. Good for him. He's going to really need these crates, I think. He's going to get some extra food. He's going to get some extra coin and wood. And maybe get a fast fortress out of it, you know? What deck is he running? So he's got some crates. He's got this. He's got textile mill, refridge, gold standard, 2 coin-related cards there, and 1 food one. He does have rum distillery for the coin. He does have pharmacology here. Pharmacology is a pretty good one. Basically, pharmacology lets your villagers train faster, and it also makes them cheaper. So it's a great way to boom in Age 2 a little bit. So if you can't get to Age 3 right away, a card like pharmacology can actually save you a bit of booming potential and actually push you a bit ahead. So Yeah, maybe pharmacology will make a difference here, potentially. He also has Town Watch, which is now called Martial Law. Martial Law improves the town center attack and also allows you to call your militia a second time in a much larger volume. The gendarmes, as they're called in the game now. They're no longer called Minutemen, because we're not talking the American Revolution. We're talking like Victorian era Europe now, so they're called gendarmes now. Not to be confused with the Cuirassier gendarme. You know, yeah, like imagine if they allowed you to make a bunch of guard upgraded cuirassiers over your town center as a defense. Even if they lost HP, that would still be a little bit overreaching, I think. So yeah, good thing they don't do that. Also, he has his factories. He's got all of his gunpowder infantry upgrades, including the advanced arse. He does have genitors to increase the range on his dragoons. He does also have dragoon combat. It buffs up the dragoons and the... So he's got a fully amped up military. He's got a fully amped up military at least. That's good, and he's got a good number of the eco cards too. Yeah, see, Lars is already up to 800 something food. He's getting some coin now. He probably could ship this in, get this, and go to H3 and start booming like crazy. He also went with the silver coins with the burger politician, so he's got a lot of extra coin to work with too, which is good. Now, what's Cyber Ranger up to? So Cyber Ranger is in age 2 right now. He's building a barracks. He's putting up his tower right there, which tells me he did go with Pierre... He went with Pierre-Francois de Legade, which basically has the technology fleuret to actually improve the melee attack of his range infantry, which is good. And also gives him access to the Troupe d'Armenie unit, which is great. And what are the others doing? So Josevy is going with the Manor Boom since he's playing Germany. Yes, Germany and Wars of Liberty can do a Manor Boom. They get these nice, wonderful houses called the Mites-Casernes. And whenever you build a Mites-Caserne, you get a free villager from it. So it's a great way to get a quick, easy-peasy, lemon-squeezy 20 vills. And boom you right ahead just like you could with the British in the Legacy game. Yeah, that being said, the British no longer get the Manor Boom since the Germans sort of do that thing now. They got their own sort of identity. So yeah, maybe we'll see that today. Good chance of it. So yeah, basically Germany just got a quick boost of a ton of extra vills to push them a bit ahead. If they're going to be going up against Alucard, they're probably going to want to make sure they have their vill economy and defenses all set up. In the event that Alucard starts going wild on everybody. Yeah, is Alucard preparing for pressure yet, or what's his sort of thing? So right now, he's just going economy. So what is he going to do for eco? So it looks like he's gotten the sawmills for wood. He's got an eco theory for resources. And then he ended up picking up Malinitsta. Malinitsta is basically a team card that not only boosts your wood rate, also gives your vills more HP too, making them a bit more sturdy against raids. So yeah, basically Alucard is playing a proper free-for-all deck here, so he's not holding back at all. Right? Is Germany running a good late-game deck? So he's got the gold standard, he's got the refridge. He does have the Royal Decree with the Bismarck model. Now, this is an interesting option here. This is something you can sometimes do. Berlin Conference combined with Bismarck model. Basically, you get Berlin Conference, you get the Royal Decree called Weltpolitik, and then you end up getting Bismarck models. So basically, your emergency units that the Germans have called the Landwehren don't actually lose any hit points, making them a secondary troop that you can actually call upon. And Germans get some pretty interesting options. They get the Landwehren infantry, basically a Minuteman, and then they get the Landwehr cavalry, which is like a mounted Minuteman that fights in melee with the lance. So, yeah, some cool stuff there. So it should be pretty interesting. Alright, so now let's see what we got here. We got Portugal with TC there, TC there. Is Portugal going for age 3? I think they should have went with the food and just aged up, but that's just me. They are getting some extra troops here, some line infantry, some volunteers. These are the replacement to the crossbowman line, basically, so they're like an early skirm. Can't upgrade them beyond veteran upgrade, sadly, so they'll kind of lose favor very quickly. But definitely in the early game, he could decide to run out and maybe raid Alucard a bit. That could be a pretty good way to keep him down there, honestly. So yeah, we'll see if he ends up doing that or not. Should be a pretty good tactic either way. So yeah, so what we got now, we got the steel traps coming in. Steel traps will basically improve the gather rate for hunting, as you know. It's basically the same tech that you have in the Legacy game, except with a new portrait for it. Right? Wars of Liberty, I think it was like a month or two ago, ended up banning a bunch of visual changes to the mod. So that stuff like some of the market text, some of the cards that the Europeans in particular get were changed to new variants to make them look nice and fresh and modern, instead of sort of that colonial period stuff from like the American Revolution, and more so stuff from the Victorian 19th, 20th century. Yeah. Alucard, Lars is actually getting the team improved walls. Okay. Could be good for a free-for-all, but we'll see. Alright, I'm back. I had to answer a phone call. But I figured since it's a free-for-all and the thing might take like a century, I don't want to sit there and pause it for like 10 minutes. So I'd rather just follow along with my little mouse and show you everything. But yeah. Did you see the sneak attack that Joseve did to Alucard right there? Right around this area right here? That was pretty big. That was pretty surprising, you know? But I gotta commend him for that, because it might be the only chance that these Juanitos Tacos have to deal with Alucard right now, yeah. Oh man, look at this. He's right underneath his town center grabbing his coin. He's gonna steal his coin now. He's gonna take all of his coin. Look at that. He's gonna grab all his coin. Oh, it's dinero. Mucho dinero's gonna go away. Oh, that silver. Silver and gold. Wow. And Lars is going pretty big. He's building an empire. He's building all these walls. Look at all the big walls he's built here. On top of that, he's got the improved walls upgrade on him from the home city, so they're really beefed up now. He's got a dock, so he's going to potentially do some fish there. Yeah, he's doing kind of... Joseve needs to move these things. He's got to moom them out of there like Mume. You got to be mooming now. Moom them out of there. Right away. Otherwise, it's not going to end too well. So here comes the Yulans. Yulans sort of have to retreat back to the position there. Those have to fall in suit as well. Big time, yeah. Alright, Falconets there, and those will go into position to target the infantry, yep. Very good. Alright, so infantry is doing a great job of pushing through those awful Shenets there, quite good. I think the Falconets is the main pushing force there, helping them. So yeah, good defense there by Joseve. I think that nice raid on the Alucard base probably pushed Germany ahead enough to sort of counteract them a bit. They are in Age 4 now, so they can actually get the... oh, they already got Needle Gun, that's great. Needle Gun allows your line infantry to shoot faster, so a faster firing unit. I can't remember what the exact... I think it brings the rate of fire down to like 2, I believe. So kind of similar to a Black Brunswicker or a Sacred Band Infantry from Definitive Editions, which is a pretty good shooting rate. You could also get the Royal Guard upgrade the Maycoffer as well. Give them some cool Pickelhaube helmets and make them much stronger in combat. That'd be another good choice. So yeah, Germany's looking kind of okay right now. Also making some skirms. Are we going to see skirms from Alucard? Some Grenziri from the barracks? I don't think so. You know why? Bulgaria has a horrible curse. They get a horrible curse because their upgrades arrive in age late. It's sort of like a negative bonus that they have to deal with. So yeah, basically Bulgaria has to literally wait till Imperial Age to even get guard upgrades on their skirms. Which is just so bad, you know? It just limits them so much in what they can actually accomplish in a combat situation. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, actually, you know? Yeah. So now we got all these patriotic Opposhened infantry here. I believe patriotic is the guard upgrades. That's good. So let's see what Germany can do. I'm gonna in the camp. Joseve, Juanito, what are you doing? You got a micro better than that. You ran right into him. Might have been the lag. I'll give him credit. It might have been the lag, but still, man, you gotta pay attention to that stuff. If you don't, bad things happen. Very bad things happen. So, yeah, I mean, you kind of have to do a little bit better than that next time. Probably could have maybe fought a lot more of those cav units, for instance, you know? Because now, Bulgaria probably can push on your base, because you got no army now, man. Your artillery, steel gun here is totally exposed. Does he even know it? He's not even paying attention to these units. Alright, so he did shoot something, but, you know, if he planned this out a little bit more carefully, he probably could have wiped out all this cav in, like, you know, maybe did a bit better. He doesn't even have Mayhaps on the line infantry yet, which is just so risky and bad. I don't know why he's not doing that, basically, now. It's crazy. Insane, actually. Okay, what are you doing, man, right there? Huh. That's a little strange. Yeah, big time. Line infantry not holding the line because there's just no more of them left. Yeah. Completely fumbled that. He should have gone a much bigger mass of the line infantry. He should have gone the Mayhaps upgrade on him. Then he would have probably been in much better shape. All your artillery is exposed now, and yeah, no, that was kind of a fumble there by Josevy. It's probably going to be up to Lars to maybe hold defense against Alucard now. Yeah. At least he has a bit of time now, because Alucard's in the Germany base against Portugal, a bit of a chance to build up themselves. Yeah. Assuming Lars is not busy on the gummy bears. He can't be on those gummy bears right now. If he is, the gummy bears will gummy up his chances of winning, so he cannot be on those gummy bears right now. He kind of has to take the gummy bears and put them in his pocket. If he doesn't do that, everything will go loose at this point. He's got to put the gummy bears in the pocket right now. Otherwise, he's just not going to be able to win that. Yeah, no. It's going to be a bit tricky, but yeah. Alright, so what, does Lars even have military right now? So he does have barracks. He does have line infantry. He does have guard Cazadole. So he's got the guard on the skirms. He's making Fenians. This is a bad idea. Until you see that the Bulgaria has honor guards, I would not be making Fenians yet. Once he does get the honor guards, I think Fenians could be a great addition to your army. Does have some Cherokee rifles here, up to guard. No anti-cav though, that's a big problem. No answer to scout, which the Opolshena cavalry is. So he needs to get some anti-scout units. He needs to upgrade his line infantry. Get dragoons and melee. He's got to come up with something. You know, Fenians are not going to work because they just don't have the multipliers. And the line infantry he did ship in, no upgrades, no veteran, no guard. So what does he expect to do? I think it's kind of cool he put his outpost right along the trade route like that. It looks almost like something that you would draw up on a campaign or a map maker. That's pretty neat, but other than that, man, I just don't know what Portugal's going to do here. You got Alucard is Bulgaria doing everything he has to army-wise, and Josevy's like doing nothing. Probably just stalling time out for Lars at this point. Giving him time to finish his gummy bears and his brownies and his special butter cookies. Yeah, that'd be my guess at this point. Yeah, we'll see what ends up coming of that. Yeah. How's Lars doing with the Navy? So he's got about 4 fishing boats there and a Aviso, so he has not updated his fishing economy. Fair enough, he's playing Portugal, so he can just get vills. Not going to worry too much about that. What's his stockpile at? So he is going to Imperial now, so he is actually doing great with his eco. He is going to be able to match Alucard's Imperial Age army, probably. Assuming he does get the Veteran and Guerriero and the Imperial Guerriero line infantry upgrades done. That's great. How's his eco cards doing? Did he get them all yet? So he got the refridge, but he doesn't have any of the gold ones. So he doesn't have gold standard, doesn't have textile, and he doesn't have rum. That'd be something I would consider getting at this point. Because if you don't, could go kind of sour for you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We'll see though what he ends up doing. Looks like Lars is getting his capital upgrades. He's getting the line of sight ones first, and then he's getting the training ones next. This one will boost your infantry training rate, reservists, and then the cavalry one, mass cavalry, will help your hand cav and your range cav, which is good. Putting the fort right up against the wall. I would put it in my base. If it was me, I would put it in my base just because I don't know if Bulgaria is going to raid me with the cav at all and go after my stuff. That'd be my opinion. My personal opinion, I would do that. But that's just me. You can totally put it up against the towers there because this is going to be your entry point. But yeah, no. I would have put it around my TC area because the problem is, if Bulgaria comes in with cav, they can raid your factories, they can raid your mills, your plants, all the areas you don't want them in. So how do you keep them sort of out? Towers and forts. So yeah, gotta do something like that. Gotta do something of that caliber just to keep them from going full into where they're not supposed to be. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Hosby is still in the game. He's actually rebuilding his Ville economy using the Mites Casernes again. Yeah, sometimes if you lose all your Mites Casernes and you get a few Villes to retreat, you can actually rebuild another quick 20 Villes from your Mites Casernes again and continue to haunt your opponent in the free-for-all. So yeah, that's exactly what Hosevis appears to be doing here, and he's probably going to do a pretty good job at it too, from the looks of it. Now Lars is getting all of his upgrades. He's getting Cockade. That's for higher HP on militia units. He's getting the Breach Loaders. Breach Loaders is a technology that makes your skirmisher unit shoot faster. Quite good. He's gonna get the Ultramarinos. The Ultramarinos. That's kind of an interesting one. I didn't expect him to get Ultramarinos at all. Now, Ultramarinos will be good against siege troopers and they'll be good against artillery. So if Alucard tries to do any mountain artillery, the Ultramarinos can technically snipe that pretty well. And since they're part of the skirmish class, they'll also be able to shoot faster too with breach loaders, which is great. Now you got Great Coat. Great Coat actually increases the HP of your heavy infantry. Cornet allows your infantry to move faster. Rimfire ammunition allows your infantry to basically have more damage. Theodoletes allows your artillery to see farther. Now this is the best one here. Well, Gun Shield gives you a bit of HP on your artillery. This one, the Ogival Shell. Now that's a good tech because it actually gives your artillery extra range. So your artillery can actually fire a bit farther away now as Europeans, which I think is quite good. Since it makes all your steel guns better, your falcons, your culls, your mortars, just gives it a bit of extra power because they can sort of dodge having to be close up to things, you know? It's quite good. Yep, looks like he's cooked now, so I don't know what's going to happen next. Oh, nice artillery defense there. So where is Alka? So he's got the Tsar's Opelshans and the Tsar's Opelshanik cavalry. So these are fully upgraded at this point, at least from the building upgrades. Card-wise, I don't know. I'll have to check. Let's look at that actually. Let's find out. So he's got this. He's missing this. Does have the Opal combat, so he's missing like one card, but otherwise, yeah, mostly almost completely upgraded now. Just super good for him. Yep, pretty much. Opal Cavalry and Infantry takes out all the artillery now, looks like. Quite good. Ooh, Cazadores making a bit of a defensive stand there, but not too much. Now, interestingly enough, these Opal Infantry are a hybrid unit, so they're considered to be heavy infantry and skirmish at the same time. So they actually have double armor. So they have pierce armor and they have hand armor. So they're kind of like a flexible unit that can do multiple things, which is kind of neat. They can somewhat withstand melee attacks and they can somewhat withstand gun attacks as well, which is quite good. Oh, here comes the convoys now. And they're already up to Imperial Desire convoys. These things are very dangerous. Quite dangerous. Does he have the Alexander Star on him yet? Yes, he does. He has the Alexander Star on him to add another 20% stats to him. And this is what I was telling you about. They have lots of extra armor. They have about... Well, actually, they nerfed their armor down to 20%, it looks like. So they end up having 30% pierce and 30% melee now. So, yeah, that's still quite good, since it is a very beastly assault unit to have to deal with. Yeah, quite dangerous. Yep, in terms of cost, they're actually only a 2-pop assault unit. Most assault calves are actually 3 pops. So these guys, you know, you can actually mass quite a bit of them, you know what I mean? Because you don't have all those fancy attack parent things. They actually become a bit of a more massable cav unit that you can tank a lot of damage with in the front. Like good, yeah. So what is Lars' ultimate plan going to be? So he's going to try to do more stuff. He's doing ordinanzas. Why is he doing ordinanzas? Those are literally trash. They're like one of the weakest spearmen you can make. I don't know why he's doing ordinanzas there. It's a bit strange, actually. Yeah, I don't know about the ordinanzas. That's a bit sus. I'd totally do something else there if I could. Definitely do something else there if I could, man. That's a little bit iffy, you know? Yeah, no, I would totally do something else there if I could. Most definitely. Yeah, 100%. Ugh. I think I'm gonna have some pretzel stuff now while these two fight it out, since there's not much more for me to yap about in this match.
Povedete. Provejte. Povedete.
Povedete.
Сам укажете.
Let's go into our third record now. I noticed that I didn't turn down the volume when I was talking before, between the phone call and the pretzel eating, so apologize if you didn't hear anything. It wasn't anything super duper important, it was just a bunch of yapping about Wolfax, but yeah. So what's the third recording called? We'll have to read it right here off the Discord server and see what it is. Alright, let me scroll down. Why don't you move, Discord server? Let me in. Let me in. Go down. Man. Let's see. Where is it? Come on, faster. Rapido. Where's Rapido? There we go. Let's see here. And since I'm casting, I can talk a lot more than I normally do because, well, my main focus is yapping, so I get to yap more. So if you like my voice, casting is probably something you're going to enjoy. Yeah. So it's called Record Game 1. Okay, so how many people named their thing Record Game 1 here? Let's see. I think it's probably going to be the one that's 17? Yeah, I believe so. It was submitted by Mandalore, so we'll have to look for Mandalore's thing. Or wouldn't it be 19? It might be the 19 one. Let's see. We'll have to look at it together as a team and figure it out. I might even just try to reload again in the game, just to do it quickly.
Make it a little better.
Oh, I'm in this one. I don't want to watch that. Hey, I don't want to watch that garbage. I want to see somebody else get destroyed. Let's find another good one. Something other than that. What's the next good one? 4v3 Lars carry? What do you mean Lars carry? You're telling me that you somehow won a 3v4? Because Lars was too busy eating gummy bears and brownies and cookies with special butter in them? Wow. That's pretty impressive. I'm honest. I honestly commend you, man. It's not easy to do. When you have Lars on the team and he's in gummy bear mode, it's not much you can do about it, you know? Nah. Alright, let's do the Lars gummy bear game then. Okay, so we got a lot of people here. We got Savelo, Lars, and wait a second now. Who's that? the phone call again. I keep getting called by people. It's kind of crazy sometimes, but yeah. Now we got a 4 versus 4. We got Darkus as Ethiopians, and we can start by what we got. Severo as Lakota. We got Lars as Chile. We got Kevorke as Canada, the second Orochrony Civ. Josevi is España. Pox is Uruguay. Cyber Rangers playing as the Huckos Bales Rat Civ, Australia. And Fielo is playing playing Argentina. The Gafasian Civ. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of good Civ choices here. I was showing you while I was stuck on the phone yapping. I had to show you basically the Ethiopian home city, the Chilean one, and the Spanish one so far, and what cards they have. Basically, no. Hey. You know what I'm going to try to do? I'm going to try to run this again in, I'm going to try to run this in my other, thingy-majiggy. Yeah, that looks a little sus. If you don't mind, I'll try to run that again in an older version I have here. We'll copy. Yeah, let me try it in the older one. This might be where the older version stuff takes place, so we might want to give that a try now. Because the Wars of Liberty team just loves to, you know, update their game so many times with new fixes and stuff. Yeah, let's see what happens here. It's worth a try, you know. Because if it is, then we know that we have to keep clicking into this one for the rest of the matches tonight. So yeah, it's good to know. Yep. And if those don't work, then yeah. Unfortunately, we're going to be doing some gameplays then here on out. So yeah. Alright, let's see if this one works there too. This one here. You never know, that's what I'm saying. It's better to check. It's good to check yourself before you wreck yourself, you know. Especially since Legacy AoE3 doesn't have the same sort of auto-sync and record stuff that Definitive Edition does. So it's better to just give it a try and see if it, you know, does more or less the same thing or not. Yeah, basically. Yep. Because it happened rather early, so that's why I wanted to check it out and just see, okay, is this really a out-of-sync that we can avoid, or is it one that we can avoid, you know? Yeah, basically. Because you never know, because people submit these recordings at different times, and, yeah, it gets muddled up in the, you know, back room, basically, and people, you know, sort of forget to submit them and stuff, so you don't know if it's in the previous version, the current version. Yeah, it could be any version, so yeah. Because it looks like a pretty okay 4 versus 4. And if it's what it says it is, it looks like Severo, Darkus, and Kev are actually going to have a good time sort of fighting on their own. With Lars sort of busy eating gummy bears in the back room while everybody else is doing the gameplay. Which Lars always does. You know, I go like, Lars, where's your cazadoles? And he's like, just eating gummy bear after gummy bear. Lemon ones, lime ones, melon ones, strawberry ones, blueberry ones. Not because he likes gummy bears per se, but they're very special gummy bears that has special effects. So, yeah, there's a special type of gummy bears, basically, yeah. Alright, so, yeah, it looks like we might actually be able to watch this thing, which I think is pretty cool. I think it's really good, actually, so yeah. So, based on the civs that we have here, how is this going to go exactly? So, we got Ethiopia is sort of the late game megalithic civ. Lakota will be a good ally for aggroing the enemy, I should say, a little bit. Obviously, Chile will be good for late game economy. Kind of weak at the start, but as the game progresses, Chile just becomes better. And then lastly, we have the second Uro Crony Civ, the Canadians. So great team Civ, lots of good team cards, also good late game, also good early game. I mean, Canada can play. Yeah, it's truly an Uro Crony Civ because it's just alpha male crony bear through and through. Early game, mid game, late game, team game, single game. They can do anything, you know. Yep, the power of crony bear in a Civ, basically. So that's good. It's like a log cabin is coming up over here. At this point, we should be able to see the decks, I would hope, and start to pick apart sort of what their, builds are going to be through the match at this point, so we can sort of pick that apart. It is a 4 versus 4, so technically they can run a treaty style deck if they want to, but we'll see what they offer here. Okay, so Fielo is running the same deck that he... Oh, so this is the previous version. Yeah. So, difference between this version and the previous version is basically, Codizimo was moved from age 1 to age 2, and a couple of other things as well. But conceptually, it's kind of the same, you know what I mean? Conceptually, it's pretty close to what it was before, yeah. And this card was changed as well, I believe. Funkundo, yeah. So, we'll have to see how this ends up looking. It also means all the other matches we might potentially look at are also outdated ones slightly, so yeah, it is what it is. I mean, the gameplay is probably pretty close to what it is now, it's just that the Outlaw stuff might be a bit more OP and unbalanced. Yeah. So it looks like Vienno's going with First Italian Wave. Darkus is going with the blue library technologies, it looks like. The blue ones are responsible for making your buildings sturdier in HP, as well as giving your apartments more population space. This being an apartment right here, pretty much. Yep. So yeah, basically Ethiopia starts out with houses that are more expensive than a normal one, and they have only 5 pop space. And as time progresses, you get more blue techs, and eventually those houses will be able to house up to 35 population. And still somewhat, I think, just be slightly more expensive than a British manor house or a Meizgeserne for Germany, which is not bad. Oh, looks like he got yellow as well, because he's going to begin Spice Market now, which is the second yellow tech that Ethiopia gets. So we're doing a mixture of blue and yellow. Oh, wait a minute, no, he looks like he went 1 red, 1 blue, 1 yellow, because he was able to age up. And now he'll continue with yellow. Ethiopian yellow library techs are actually quite nice, because they actually give you food crates. So most of the food that you put into them ends up just being returned to you anyways, which is quite good. It's quite efficient, honestly, yeah. Big time. What's Lakota's plan going to be? Are they going to go for a rush? Are they going to go for a fast fortress? I'm kind of curious what Lakota's plan is going to be here. So, what does their deck look like? So, their deck is pretty treaty-like. This is a treaty deck. You know, we got some coin crates there to help with age-up timing, but overall, we got the sport hunting, which is for improving the gather rate of food. Got Great Hunter, obviously, another good gather rate one for food. From hunting, we do have the Infinite Bison card to make sure that Lakota get a late game source of huntables. Yep. Got your riding school. We got friendly territory to boost up the teepees. We got new ways. Onakade to boost up the Tokala soldiers and the dog soldiers. We do have a team dog soldier card here, actually, which is pretty fun. We do have some support cards that boost units, mainly the Tajunke Prowler one, the Axe Rider one, and the Rifle Rider one. Got Old Ways to boost, cheapen the cost of big buns. Warrior Culture on the Vills. Command Skill to boost up the War Chief. Mustang to cheapen the Cav. Also Mirage to improve the build limit of the Tajunkis. Also Adoption. Adoption's nice, allows your Vills to train faster. Looks like the War Chief is attacking these Treasure Guardians over here, these Asaltantes. Basically an outlaw, similar to a pirate, pretty much. Oh, he converted one of them, so yeah, he's basically fighting with 2 units, which is good. What will the aged politician be? It shall be the wise woman. Pretty good one for this stage to help with the hunting rates. So I would want Fiero to actually start building pastures now, since it is sort of a long-term game. Did Fiero even start making the pastures yet? No, he has not. He has not. Has he sent Cimalones yet? He has sent it, but where is the pasture? Where is that big, wonderful field with big moo-moos on it? Moo-moos on it. Where's the moo-moos? Moo-moo. Here it is, right back here, actually fattening some of the sheep too. Bah, bah. Yeah, sheep. So now where are we at here? We got Australia, still in age 2. I think they went Bushranger from the looks of it, right? You can tell from cards what it is. So yep, it looks like he did go with the Bushies, the Bushrangers. There. Which is basically a pretty good skirmisher. Pretty reasonable, actually, so that's good. They should do something special, I think, with the Bushrangers, like maybe give them more Pierce armor or something, if they don't have it already, just to make them feel a little bit more unique than an early average skirmisher, yeah. Oh, he got milled coinage. Ooh, interesting. We rarely ever see milled coinage being used. Basically, it improves your mining rate. But yeah, we rarely ever see players actually utilize these early natural resource cards that much. Also, it has monetary union. Kind of like Silversmith. Helps with the mining as well. We even have Kylie. Villagers gather resources faster from berries and hunts. It's kind of similar to Furrier almost. Just kind of cool. Stable here. TC's going up now. Oh, interesting. Going with Vice Royalties. Vice Royalties is a card we don't see a whole lot of in Wars of Liberty. Basically, it sets it up so your town centers give you tons of extra population. I think the population becomes like 70. To the point that only having a few town centers is enough to house your entire civ. You don't even need houses anymore, so you can focus on just food and coin to make things like your cuirasses or line infantry, and it's quite nice. Looks like Pox is training Gallegos as Uruguay. Basically, Uruguay is the only civ in Latin America that lets you train immigrant units instead of just shipping them from the immigrant colony. So if you like immigrant variety, Uruguay is probably going to be your most favorite civ. The Gallegos have stats of the Jundi, not the Janissary. In the past, Gallegos had stats similar to a Janissary, so they played very much like the Ottomans. But now the Gallego is based off the stats of the Jundi, so the Arab Middle Eastern Musketeer. If you saw my Middle East preview stream, which you should watch if you haven't already, but definitely consider rewatching it again because it's really cool. You saw the Jundi as part of the Saudi Arabians, right? And the Jundi is, a slightly cheaper musket and food, and it has some pretty nifty special HP and damage stats as well. So, yeah, kind of a bit of an oddball, Well, mostly being like a regular musket, just a little bit different, right? So yeah, the cost is about 143 on the HP, which I believe is better than the line inf, at least slightly. And then yeah, it's slightly cheaper in food. So, or do I have it wrong? Or muskets actually better in HP? They're like 150 or something. Either way, though, it's a pretty cool special unit there. Yeah. Where are the Gallegos going now? Over there. Canada moving up to a gold mine mid-map. Has some Chupa Diamarines defending it. Is also using a lookout and upgraded to a border post. This is a unique building that the Anglophone civs can use that basically gives a ton of line of sight, even more than an outpost, but it cannot attack. Yeah, no, it's just like this big, cool scouting building. Kind of like the outposts that we have in Age of Empires 2, Just there so you can see tons of stuff, but it doesn't do anything else.
See?
Now that's a bit interesting. So it's combining Klamath Riflemen with the Gallegos. Alright, now that's interesting because I've seen Klamaths be used to a good extent before by people like Toledo on maps. So he's going for a hybrid of musket skirm, using the map's native skirmishers to accomplish that. It's probably best for Uruguay since Uruguay doesn't necessarily get late game skirmishers. Yeah, they basically have to pick and choose their age ups a certain way to get access to some sort of skirm, right? So they either have to go Croatians or they have to go Scandinavians to actually get a skirmisher, right? With the Scandies, they'll get the ski trooper. With the Croatians, they'll get the I forget what it's already called, the Cazador de Indios, yeah. But if you just want to go French CSA like you normally do, then you'll probably just want to... Actually, the CSA has a skirmisher, the Filibuster, but it's not quite a late game skirm. It's more or less like a Hajuk that the nation states get. So if you just need a plain old thing, it's good against heavy infantry. It can be good, but if you're looking for like a 20 range trad skirmisher, then Croatians and Scandis the only ones that offers that. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. So combining the Batadores with the Kilese? Now that's interesting.
See?
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, so basically, the Batador is a ultimate unit Lanciero that the Spanish can do, and it actually boosts the speed rate of nearby cav units. So these Kilesers are actually moving faster than they normally do thanks to these Batadores. The Batadores, stats-wise, have the same stats more or less of the Lancers, so about 3.5x against infantry, and then some good hand attack. And all they're really doing is making sure the Cuirassiers can weave in and out a bit better, on top of just being there as an added source of anti-infantry. Now, it looks like Darkus is lagging a bit behind with Ethiopia. At this point, Ethiopia should be making Tigray Lancers out of his cantonment. The fact that he isn't doing a Tigray Lancer from his cantonment is a little bit concerning. Yeah, Tigray Lancers would be the perfect sort of solution to this. He could also do escorts on horseback. That would be the other sort of option that he could do there, yeah. Looks like it's a mishmash of everyone. We got a bit of the Australians attacking with bushies and militias. Patricia's here too. Huh. Oh. Okay, so it looks like, oh, Lars is actually making soldiers. Lars is making soldiers. Wow, he's actually doing something useful. This is legendary. We've never seen him make useful troops before. He's doing it. Actually, no, he did last game. He just didn't do it fast enough. But either way, he's got the inspired Caleta Blindandas. The Caleta Blindandas are basically Chilean war wagons. So, statistically the same as the war wagons you know in Legacy for Germany. Yeah, so great against assault units and great against artillery too. So yeah, basically he's going to force all these infantry away because the raw damage on these war wagons is enough to even scare the hussars off, even without the multipliers on the scout anymore. So that's going to hit pretty deep there, yeah. Yep, war wagons doing a great job at scaring away the Australian troops as well, picking off their bushes and their militias one by one. Also some rifle riders join in as well as the source of maneuver and skirmish. If you micro a bit, you could actually intercept those Gallegos too, which would be great over in this spot. Yeah. Oh, Uruguay's doing canoes too. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, no, they could actually counteract Chileans' fishing economy up there if they want. Oh, is he going to pressure Chile's fishing economy now with the canoes? Yeah, maybe. Perhaps he does. Yeah. I would delete these vills right now if I was the ally of Ethiopia, using the delete key, so I could use that gold for myself, because unfortunately Ethiopia is going to gather up all that gold and it's going to go nowhere. Totally somebody on this team could use that gold right there, so they should definitely get those vills deleted using the allied hotkey. Rifle Rider and Warwagon will definitely beat Patricio in Red Shirt, for sure. Yeah, most definitely. Especially since there's no assault here right now for the red shirts to really be useful. Now, something funny that happened. Originally, Rifle Riders were gonna have the assault tag because that's what they have in the Legacy game, but the World Team actually changed it to the skirmish tag, which means ranged cavalry like units no longer have multipliers against Rifle Riders. But actually, scout units like Lanceros as well as anti-skirms do have multipliers against Rifle Riders now, so it sort of changed the calculus a bit, making Rifle Riders actually better in War's Liberty, because now they can actually afford to get and engage pitch fights with units now much easier. Oh man, he's mixing in missionaries with the Cav. Wow, that's going to be dangerous. See this shining light up here, these big beams of light? That's what you get when you get a missionary. The missionaries by default increase the attack of your units, not just your cav. So it ends up making the Cuirassiers, the Batadors, the Husales actually a lot stronger. So yeah. Yep, here's some Husales as well. Basically turns them into a real formidable troop pretty much. Also in water here, it looks like the canoes are... Well, unfortunately, Lars did get a free gate there to get rid of the canoes, which is good. And Yanette's coming up along the left side here with the Australian troops to try to fight off the, you know... It looks like they fought everybody off. Yeah, everything's gone now. So yeah, that's good. Oh, the Mez Rebels. No, the Mez Rebels just arrived too late at that point. Yeah. The Orocrony skirmishers. Canada is ready to start doing Mounties, it looks like. These will be quite good against assault and artillery. So this should be pretty good. Yep. Trying to figure out what their game plan is here. Like, where are these Cav going? They still have a stable up here, by the way. Trying to figure out. Also, you got troops right here, too. You actually got some paisanos. The paisanos are actually a raider unit. So if you look at their stats carefully, they actually have a multiplier against villagers. So they actually end up doing about... How much would I say? Like 47 so damage against village, which is pretty big for an age 3 unit, and then it goes up obviously by age with the shadow techs. It also trickles coin, so they actually do improve your economy slightly by existing. Yeah, what's the cost? So it's about 60 food and 60 coin. They're actually based on a unit in the Spanish roster called the Aduanero, which is very similar. But I think these guys actually have more siege, so they have that admiral. Oh, look at the Mounties. Here comes the Mounties. Those wonderful Mounties with their big ranger hats. Going up against the Legionnaires as well as the Rifleers. Quite good. Oh man, I think Espana's going to be in trouble. He's got the Mounties and Rifleers, so 2 maneuver units against assault. That's a big no-no, so you want to retreat from that right away. Now, the Paisanos are going to be poop against actual units. You should never use them against actual units. They should only be used for raiding, such as taking out vills and taking out buildings. You never want to use these in combat. This is a big no-no for Pox. He should get these Paisanos out of here and get them somewhere, you know, in this crevice of the minimap up there where there's nobody protecting it. That's a huge, huge red flag there, yeah. Pretty much, yep. Most definitely. Oh, nice. The Cadetas Banditas also arrived. So it's 3 maneuver units against all of this sort of cav and infantry stuff. That's pretty good for these guys. The only thing that's going to sort of threaten that is the Bushy Rangers from Cyber Ranger. Bush Ranger, Cyber Ranger. Yeah. So, yep, you're probably going to want to keep the bushes close. Pox did do some veteran Escopateros too, which is great. Unfortunately, though, a lot of these maneuver units at this point are up to guard upgrade, including the Rifle Riders, the Mounties, and the carts. So that's going to end up not going so well, really. Nope. Quite bad. Oh, he's going to go for a raid with the Inettes. Could go okay. He also made some Choikielos as well. So the Choikielos are a mounted skirm that Argentina can do, but it's only available from the home city. So you basically get a couple of normal shipments of them, and then you get an Infinite Age 4 shipment that you can send multiple times. So yeah, they basically have that as an additional unit option that they can do. Because Argentina, as you know, doesn't get a normal late game skirm, so they have to like literally ship those if they want to use them, or they have to get the ski troopers from the Scandinavian immigrants as another potential option. Oh boy, we got the rifle. Oh, he's got the Yongeos now. The Yongeos are quite good, actually. So basically, the Yongeos are a grenadier, kind of like the Legion Piranhas we saw earlier, but they get this cool property where they throw their grenades more often. So basically, they end up becoming a really dangerous infantry unit. Actually, really formidable against Inf. Oh, he's going after the Sadetiela. Ooh, that could be pretty good. Because it would deny Lars crates, and he wouldn't be able to make the Caleta Blandetas anymore. Because the way Latin America works, the only place you can train your ultimate unit is through the ultimate building, which is this. Kind of like how Peru can only get turret ships and Guardia Marinas through the Guanera. For Chile, to get Caleta Blanditas, they actually have to have a Sadetiela available for that. So yeah, Fierro thought, you know, I could go after and maybe snipe it. Fortunately, though, it doesn't look like it's going to be that easy. Alright, so Metis Rebels and Mountie combo working over here. This is the combination I normally do in mid to late game. Metis Rebels is the skirmish unit and then combine with Mounties. That way you can offshoot the huge gold cost of the Mounties and basically cover it with some wood using the Metis Rebels. Yeah, and the Metis Rebels themselves, very good unit. They actually have a range attack of like 36 in Age 4, which is pretty good. Also, their armor is great. The only downside is their range is the same as that of a Age 2 skirmisher. But they do get a, you do have an arsenal tech that increases, I think it's Guncon, I believe. It increases the range of all your skirmish units by about 2. So the Metis can be upgraded to a range of about 18. So just being, you know, A little bit under that of a normal skirm, but still not bad. Even 16 range with the stats it has is not horrible, you know. It's enough to destroy musketeers and enough with a bit of micro to go after the skirms. Yeah. I think in this situation, since these guys are really not offering up a lot of good long-range unit stuff, I definitely think, Metis Rebels are going to be great here. Big time. Oh, the Lakoa is also doing Makina rifles, too. So they're hand skirmishing. Which I think will be a great tactic overall, actually, yeah. Alright, so I think the home field team here has the advantage with the Metis Rebels, the few Caletas, the Wakinas and everything. Because these people are making too many maneuver units. You know, Fiero was doing Units, Spain is doing Dragoons for some reason. Why is Spain doing Dragoons when he knows there's no assault units on the field? That's what I want to know. Why are these guys even making maneuver units? Why? Why are they making maneuver units? There's no assault units here. Like, literally. Literally. No assault units. They didn't even make that much scout units, to be fair. I mean, what did they plan those Dragoons actually doing? You know, Spain should be doing probably Skirmisher Hussar. Uruguay should probably be doing artillery. I'd have them get artillery. You know, we'll get some artillery, back them up with Gallegos, get some dynamite cannons. That could be good. Argentina should definitely be doing Infernale. They should actually be massing Infernales right now. If they know they're going skirmish and maneuver, Infernales is Argentina would shred these things to pieces. They would shred through the maneuver units and then they'd be right on top of the skirmishers. Hopefully Fiero figures that out before it's too late. And he's still doing maneuver. He's still doing maneuver. I think sometimes people forget how the tag system works in this game and it ends up going really badly for all parties involved. Yeah, it kind of feels like it in a way. Had to bring in some delivery stuff. So where are we at now? Looks like Uruguay kind of got the hint and they've switched to skirmish. They got the filibusters now. And they'll at least be good against the maneuver that they got. What is Australia doing? Light cav and artillery. Not the worst idea. They'll actually be great against the skirmishers. And since they're part of the scout tag, all these maneuver units that they're doing up here actually won't have range multipliers against them. So a bit of an added bonus there, a bit of a perk. That being said, we are finally seeing some assault troops from the team in the north there. We got the Tajunke Prowlers. If you know these guys from the Legacy game, you know that they have a splash attack. Same case with them here. They also got some hand armor. And they can go stealthy as well. So that's a bit of a scary thing to consider, right? Oh yeah, most definitely. They can come in and out and sort of do a ton of damage, basically, yeah. Now, Tajunki Prowlers in the... Well, actually, no, wait a minute. What am I talking about? If they're part of the scout class, that'd be pretty scary. But since they're part of the assault, Dragoons still count them in range. So finally, the Yanets find something they can actually be good against, which is these Tajunkis. He should really put these Tajunkis in the stealth and try to weed around all their economies and stuff, because now he's going to be able to intercept him on this side with the Yanets, essentially. And it looks like he's going to try to snare him a bit with the Granadero Caballos and the Tatterdemonions as well. Up here we see Culasers pushing in against the skirmish and filibusters coming in. You know, in this situation, the Cuirassiers might do a bit better because at least they got some skirmisher support now. It does seem like they are cutting into the metas a little bit, which is great. The only problem is he's burning through a ton of resources to do that. So we're looking at this score right here. The score is not looking that great, you know. Especially considering all these enemy players are in upper ages, you know. Looks like Severo and Lars are in age 4. Kev is actually in Imperial age. He could start doing Imperial Mounties right now and really get some great stats here. Did he send, He did send Team Mounted Police, so yes, those are beefed up. Once those go to Imperial upgrade, things are really going to start heating up really quick. We do see some Nuka Clubmen coming in from Lars. This could be a pretty good frontal unit to do some siege with. Looks quite good. Here comes some Yungeos as well. Yungeos will be a good support against infantry. We see the Tower Dominions and the Granadero Caballos push in first, then some units in the back. In this matchup, it's going to be about 50-50, I would say. I would say, stats-wise, I'd rather have a bunch of Caleta Blandetas than a few units like that. Well, actually, there's quite a bunch of units there. But it looks like Lars is actually starting to mix in some of his Frontier Cav as well. So, combining a very pop-heavy Dragoon with a very light pop Dragoon. The Frontier Cav are basically similar to the Reuters, so they're only a 1-pop one statistically. But they have the added bonus of having some multipliers against natives, making them really good against native warriors. So if we do see Pucks doing the clan Fs again, these Frontier Cav will actually be a great counter to that in mass. Cyber gets another mass of light cavalry again to attack in the front with. And we'll start attacking with that. Yep. Very nice. And, yeah, cooking there. It has some Padre. Oh, no, that's not good. I think, oh, no, the Whipworth attacked the Treasure Guardian, and now the Asalentes are going to attack the cannon now. Whoa, that's not good. He's actually going to lose a cannon to Treasure Guardians, to Gaia, to Mother Earth. That's not good. Mother Earth just wiped out his cannon. That happens sometimes when you target stuff too close to the treasures. The Guardians will get aggroed by it and start wiping out your stuff. Something you have to totally watch out for in matches, really. Yeah, big time. And now we see Lakota absolutely cooking up here. They got axe riders, tajunkis, and rifle riders, so they got kind of all their good players up here except the bow riders. But I would say, honestly, in Wars of Liberty, bow riders are kind of poop. Unless you're going up against Mushateros or something in early game. It's much better to go with the rifle rider, honestly. Just because it shoots faster, fights line units. It's a lot more rewarding. Just saying. And with the one... What dance is Lakota? Oh, he's on the siege dance. I see it up there. This little circle up there, that's the torch. That's the siege dance. So he's on his fire pit right now, and he's actually going to shred these town centers very quickly now. And start wiping out Ville after Ville. It might be over for this team now, because you got an active Lakota using the siege dance from the fire pit and wiping out huge scores of Villes. You're going to see Hosevi's score start to dwindle now very quickly. Yep, it just went down to about 65, 265. And then from there, if these Villes fall, it's going to go down even more. Yeah, this is where Lakota really shines. Once they can get themselves into a position where they have enough Villes to put onto the fire pit for dances, and still have enough Villes to maintain cavalry production. Once they can do that, Lakota hits its peak and becomes a really hard wrecking ball that can destroy entire bases if they want to. Because think of it this way. Oprishniks with the Russians, they're mostly only good against, villagers and sometimes siege troopers and artillery. But in this situation, you're adding a siege thing onto just plain old units. So not only are they going to be good against the buildings and the villes, they're going to be good against military units too. They'll be able to fight skirmishers, they'll be able to fight muskets. They will be able to actually accomplish a lot of goals. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That being, does Fierro have his estancia? Yes, he does. He has it down here. I wonder if Lakota could somehow get into the pastures, take out a few of them, and then take out an estancia. That'd be quite good. Because then, that would actually hurt the Fierro economy pretty good. Oh, he's got Blandinguis. Wow, Uruguay's doing Blandinguis now. Now, the Blandinguis, these are one of the dragoons that I would say you could use in any situation. The Blandinguis use a blunderbuss in combat instead of a rifle. So what does that mean? You know what a blunderbuss is, right? From the early 16th, 17th century. Basically, a blunderbuss is a primitive shotgun. So basically, a blunderbuss was a rifle where they could, put bullets and all sorts of stuff in. Sometimes even just glass or nails or whatever. And it would basically shoot out and attack things in a wide arc. So that's basically how these work. They have a splash attack of about 1. And then with an upgrade card, let me see if he has it. He does not have it. This is bad. In this case, I would say do not go with the Blandinguis because he doesn't have the upgrade cards and he does not have the Trombuco card. I think it's Trombuco non Hero or something like that. It basically brings their splash up to 2 and actually makes them good against infantry as well as sometimes villagers as well, because there's just so much splash attack going on. It doesn't matter that they have a malice. If you got 5, 10 cav units pinging the HP of a vill, it's gonna add up. So yeah, that's why I'm saying Blandinguis are one of the few dragoon units in the game that doesn't have any sort of wacky properties going on, which I would say, okay, this thing is pretty flexible. But the way that Park set up with his deck, it's probably not as flexible, and he should maybe consider not getting it. I would probably tell him to just keep doing the Foreign Legion Cavalry, because at least the Foreign Legion Cavalry has that built-in anti-line unit multiplier, which theoretically could be better. It looks like Kev actually went with the Black Watch. Now that's kind of interesting. We don't always see people go with Black Watch these days because it's such a pop-heavy unit. They're basically a musketeer that has a range attack of 110, which is monstrously good. A range of 16. So they have the same range as a crossbowman. They have 700 HP. And, the hand armor, obviously. Plus the melee against the cav. So if they're being attacked by a scout unit, they're going to be doing 120 damage to them. If they're attacking a maneuver, it's the same thing. And then for the assault, it's 80. So, yeah, Blackwatch are very dangerous, in the right hands. By default, you should normally go with the Voltigouire du Quebec, but in some instances where you're going to be doing a lot of hand-to-hand combat, the Blackwatch are actually going to be better because they're going to be able to hold the line against assault units. A bit better than a skirmish unit like the Voltigouire du Quebec is. Because the Voltigouire du Quebec does do a bit of hand damage, right? But there are just some assault units like the Cuirassiers, some Lancers, where technically Blackwatch will actually, perform better. I also can't recall what the rate of fire is on the Blackwatch, if it's just normally 3, or what's going on with that. I would say personally they should probably consider giving these Blackwatch maybe a little bit more rate of fire improvement, just to set it apart from the Volt. Because the Voltigouire du Quebec surprisingly has very similar range stats. I think it might actually be even a bit better. So to make the Blackwatch feel a little bit more flexitarian and a little bit less skirm-like, they probably should just give it like a good rate of attack, or beef up its hand attack and make it like really good at shredding things in hand. Because I think the Blackwatch could use a big improvement to its hand attack to make it feel, like much more like a musketeer and a little bit less of a copycat of the Voltigouire du Quebec, yeah. Just a consideration though, and obviously once they rework Canada and USA to be part of the American culture, who's to say that the Blackwatch will even still be in the game at that point? They very well could become mercenaries. That could be something, maybe. Or maybe they'll be an elite troop that you can ship in. And in that case, maybe you could access them in earlier ages just with diminished stats. That could be fun as well. But back in the old days, these guys were actually a 2-pop unit. Back then, Blackwatch were actually the preferred unit. Because the Blackwatch just performed better against cav. Now it's a bit of a juggling of the brain to figure out if you want to go Blackwatch or you want to go Voltigouire du Quebec. So yeah. It looks like Fiello is out. The only one left is Pox. And Pox should be cooked at any moment now. Not really much keeping him in them. Yep, Lars upgrade these to the Colonial Gendarme, which is their guard upgrade. Royal Guards for Ladamsids works a bit different than the Euros, so instead of making them 10% stronger, it just makes them 10% cheaper. I think it's a bit weak, but it's still good if you're low on resources. If you're like budgeting quite a bit, yeah. Oopsie doodles, I think I booted up the wrong one. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll try this next recording, and if it crashes out, then we know we have to use the other version permanently. But we'll Let's figure it out. Yeah, okay. So what would this recording be? Let me pull it up in Discord and find out. Where are you, Discord? Here you are. I'm trying to move down into one of the channels there. Alright, there we go. Some Juanitos Tacos are asking for invites to matches. Me.age3rec. Interesting. Let me see if that works here. Maybe it's just a troll. Maybe it's just a troll game. Me. I mean, if it crashes instantly, then you know it's... Yeah, I know. Austria-Hungary. Oh, okay, so it is a real game. So is this gonna sync or is this fine? Alright. So who do we got? We got Koda playing as the Oro Civ. Really good. We got Dark Spear playing as the Austro-Hungarians. The Takanashi Kiwawa Civ. We got Sog playing as the Egyptians. The Egyptian Civ. And we got Etiata playing as the British. And somehow idling his villagers. You can't do that, man. It's not good. You lose villager seconds that way, and then your economy crashes. Alright, so, yeah, some pretty good Civ combos here. What I think Dark Spear's team is going to do is the Uro Civ is going to do archers and spears, and then Austria-Hungary can back them up with hussars. I think that's a pretty good combination. Whereas the Egypt and British team, I really can't tell you 100% how they should operate here. You could sort of play it like Fast Industrial, and that's what I often do. I often try to risk it with the Fast Industrial, but in a 2v2, it's kind of a gambit to do that. It's kind of a gambit to do. So yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to do that, so he might have to play it the more aggro-based way. From what I remember from Sog and the way he does Egypt, he more often than not will go for a semi-fast fortress, typically. Yeah, basically what he does is he sort of starts out with Felahin raiding from his garrison caravan, and then he'll try to get to H3 rather quickly and back it up with the 2 revolving cannon shipment, as well as, Ascari, and then eventually trying to get to H4 for the Mamluks. Sog is one of the more... Yeah, alright, so we're going to have to use that other version permanently now, I think. Yeah. Yep, alright, so let's do that. Let's boot it up from here. We could fast forward it to where we left it off at, and just know that this is what we're going to use going forward as the older thingamajiggy. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. That's A-okay. That's alright with me. So, let's boot into it again. Me, right there. I will just fast forward it for a few seconds. Yep. Should be able... I'll do it to about here. Alright. Okay. So, I want to say right away while we're looking at this, Austria-Hungary gets a cool bonus where their villager cards actually delivers extra villagers, which is pretty cool. And also their cards in H2 and beyond also deliver free hussars. So they kind of stole the Germans' bonus, again, free Uhlans with your cards sort of thing, but instead of Uhlans, it's hussars. So yeah, the numbers are a bit different. So you only get one Hussar in H2. In H3, you'll get 2 Hussars with stuff. In the H4, you'll get about 3 Hussars with stuff. So yeah, it's a pretty powerful bonus since it does make all your cards pretty much a lot better because you get a nice tanky cav unit with your other stuff. So that's great. I mean, you can tell right away that this is a pretty standard Austria-Hungary deck. The problem with Austria-Hungary is that they have they have like sort of 2.5 sets of upgrade cards that they have to focus on. So they have to focus on the Austrian ones that focuses on the line infantry and the skirms. They have to do the Magyar one or the Hungarian one that focuses on the Hussars and the Grenadiers, and then they have to get they have to fit Cav combat in there. It benefits all the Cav. So they have to sort of finagle a lot of stuff to make it work. But at the end of the day, Austria-Hungary ends up having probably the strongest Hussars in the game, statistically, and it ends up working out really good for them, pretty much. They can basically take out huge scores of skirmishers and everything, and it's pretty nice, actually, yeah. So, most definitely. Most definitely, yeah. So, what is the Uro-Crony player doing? So, the Uro-Crony player here is playing a... Oh, that's a solid deck. I'm not complaining. That's a good one. So, he's got Diplomatic Intrigue, Food, Wood, Coin, Bills, Archers, Spears, Gungo, Range Attack, and Donga Bungon, or whatever it's called. It's called Moye Donga Bunji. Yep, adds Splash Attack on the Spearman. So again, the Grand Palace, so he's doing that right. Grand Palace is your go-to H2 wonder is the Uro-Crony Civ because it gives you free villagers over time, just like an Ottoman Town Center would do, so it's good for booming. Also, it contains the European market tax. It doubled the price, so you can get hunting dogs, gang saw, placer mines, as well as the Vill upgrades for the HP and attack, which ends up giving you a better early game economy if you can get them all, because then you can combine it with the Asian ones, and then you basically get like 3 hunting techs, 3 mining ones, and 3 wood ones early on, you know what I mean? Plus, oh yeah, no, it's great. It's great. Most definitely. So we're basically going to see a pretty strong military between the Uro-Crony Civ and the Austro-Hungarian Civ. Yeah, should be pretty good. Oh man, he's got his garrison caravan right on top of the barracks. Good old Egypt. Down in the land of Egypt. So how's he going to do this? Oh, so he's shipped in about 5 Bedouins and he's training Bedouins. All right. So we need to talk about this. So you remember from the Middle East preview, right? The Bedouins for the Saudi Civ. Bedouins for Egypt sort of work the same, but not really. So in this, they're actually maneuver units, or they're shock units. So they're basically like a cav archer, sorta. So they use their bow and arrow to actually fight from range, which is pretty cool. And then they'll sort of kite and stuff. Yep, pretty much. I'm trying to look and see if... Yeah, I think the camels do have better looking... Okay. I was trying to figure out if the Bedouins in the Middle East update were actually using a club or or a lance, or they were using a bow to hit people in melee. No, it looks like they did update the model, which is good. Yeah. So basically, when you're playing Egypt, you're going to use the Bedouins as your meat shield in combat, and then back them up with things like bowmen, spearmen, camels, depending on what you need, basically, yeah. Looks like Varingo's going Fast Fortress, and it looks like Egypt ended up going Fast Fortress. Now, will he go full industrial, or will he... He could go Fast Industrial right now. That's something we need to pay attention to, because he does have the Mamluk cards, the Featherhin, 4 revolvings, 2 mountain guns, spears, and 2 Ascaris. So he does have the stuff in place to go for a fast industrial there. He also has Cairo Revolt. Cairo Revolt actually makes your caravans cheaper. So it does facilitate sort of a follow-up to the shipment spam with the Egypt Fast Industrial, which is pretty nice, yeah. Line infantry and Myungyungs. No, that's a pretty fair combination. See, the line infantry fights the cavalry, also a good backbone unit, has the bear siege, and then the Urochrony archers, the Myungyungs, will be good against muskets, so making the line infantry end up lasting longer, and then will also be good against maneuver too, which is quite good. Oh, he's got a few grenadiers mixed in as well, it looks like, yeah. Quite good. Might want to back up over there, actually. Reposition yourself, yep. Very good. Oh man, he's got the martial law mass at the town center for. Oh wow. So basically, Brits don't actually get any villager cards anymore, so they have a few options. They can go for trickle cards, which they got all 3 of, or they can go for cards like martial law to be able to call the big batch of Minutemen, what's called now Gendarmes. So yeah, basically, he did that and basically ended up shredding all the Austro-Hungarian grenadiers in the formation, which I think is quite good, yeah. Also, Sog is basically popping out bowmen from his garrison caravan and has a shipment of Ascaris, so that's working pretty good. Very nice. Got your Hijabi villagers over there getting ready to do some gathering as well. Man, what's going on with the Urochrony today? He's doing pretty bad with them. The Urochrony should be dominating right now. Man, you shouldn't be getting into those fights like that. You should be able to pull out with your archers and then come in with some spearmen and go woo woo. That's the way the Urochrony works. So what's the score on Egypt right now? Or the reason? Ah, yeah, Egypt's got quite a few resources. They might be able to push it into industrial age and start doing a semi-fast industrial now, which I think would be a pretty bold move to do, especially if they got so many vills on hunts over there. Also, Ringo is pushing from the side here with cherry bums. Cherry bums are hussars that basically move faster but have less HP, and they also have their costs inverted. So they actually... Oh, they have an export cost too? That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, they do, because... Yeah, alright. So, to show you the cost, it's 120 coin and 80 food. So, really, you get literally a bizarro version of a hussar in terms of cost. Alright, now, what are they going to do over here? They're going to do some raid on Aldinos? Oh, I think so. You might raid some Aldinos, yeah. Take him out with the archers there and force the cherry bombs off a bit. Yep.
Yes, sir. All prisoners accounted for, sir.
Quite a few youngs there.
예? 준비. 예? 준비. 대기. 준비.
This isn't very Urocrony Civ etiquette here. He's clearly got his macro messed up. So many villages say he's got 22 on wood and 13 on food. Yeah. I would say probably get your market now and start getting those wood chopping techs right now. And if you haven't already, get the double price gang saw from the Grand Palace. As I can tell, he's struggling quite a bit in the wood area, and it's just making his production awfully slow. A good Urocrony Civ practitioner can sort of gauge when to pick up the market techs between the Grand Palace and the market itself, and thus can, you know, make sure that they can always make either Myungyungs or the Angpa Spearmen. But he seems to be sort of floating too much of the food and not getting enough of the wood. So yeah, that's something he's probably going to want to work on there. He's getting a rice patty. What? What? Why a rice patty? What are you getting this for? I wonder you're running out of wood. Don't do that now. As long as you still have hunts, you should not be getting rice patties. Especially in this game where they cost a whopping 500 wood. It's more expensive than a mill. Does he even have the cards for that? He's got refridge, alright, but he doesn't have sustainable agriculture or food silos, so I would say probably no. See, I'm so good with the Urocrony Civ that I can have basically all of the home city cards for the food and the coin, and I don't even need to think of it twice. Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy actually when you think about it. Yeah, it really is. Ooh, the feather hen slicing into the veil there, yeah. So Sog is an industrial age because he's got a Pals caravan now. That will essentially allow him to get his big boy shipments out. So he'll be able to... Yep, he's getting the mound guns, and then he'll probably get Mamluks next. Basically a super amped up high HP assault unit. They're literally just the Mamluks that you have in the Legacy game, but they're a trainable unit as Wars of Liberty Egypt, yeah. Yep, get those vills out of there now, if you can. Yep, pretty much. You might want to kite that a bit if you can, yep. See, this is where things get a bit hectic. So if you lose Bedouins as Egypt, you actually get house more. You lose population space. Right now, it's not too bad, but if he keeps losing these, he's gonna have to shell out a ton of wood and food just to replant these again. About 65 wood and about 35 food to be exact, so he might wanna, you know, try to segue his way out of here if possible. And worst of all, the Urocrony archers have arrived, so that's not going to be very good, not at all. Oh, nice aim there with the mountain cannons. Good shot there by Soggy. Good shot by... Up. Oh, the Kiwawa Hasales are coming in. The Radetzky's Hussars. Yeah, one thing that you'll notice about Austria-Hungary, they get their Royal Guards in Age 3 instead of Age 4. So instead of a veteran Hussar, they're going to be attacking you with a Radetzky Hussar. And thus have a bit of extra stats earlier on. It means that their veteran techs are slightly more expensive, but it's not really bad. It's only about, I believe, like 400 wood and 400 coins. So it's not the worst, you know. You can definitely afford it. More Radetzky's Hussars here. Right now, it seems like the Radetzky's Hussars are doing pretty good because he does have a Skari there. But the camels are going to technically help a bit with their anti-shock multipliers. Very little, though. Since at the end of the day, the Bedouins are only doing about 10 total damage. Even less since it's pierce damage against those Hussars. Oh, it looks like Korea will do the... Oh, the Hwasong Fortress, yep. That's a good choice, actually, yeah. Yep, the Hwasong Fortress. Basically, it's a fort that trains artillery units, which is the opposite of what most forts do. Most forts train your infantry and cav. This one just trains artillery. It also benefits from the upgrades you do for the castle. So it doesn't actually have these extra add-on upgrades that you have to do because they literally just get upgrade alongside your towers in the game. So that's kind of a plus, really. Yeah. Wow. Ugh. Oh, look at that. Look at Senor Valingo. He went for a full stack of household blues. It forced them to resign. Look at that. That is scary, actually. That's a pretty scary group. See, the way the household blues work is they don't have any fancy schmancy stats in like attack or like armor or whatever, but what they get is they get high stats. They're basically like an assault unit if it was a hussar, so they got really good HP. Their hand attack is solid. It's not exceptional, it's not out of the ordinary, but yeah, just know that household blues are the household name of the British when it comes to winning games. And if you see a big mass like this coming out of nowhere, it's definitely enough to make these guys up here resign, especially since Coda was being around. See, this is where things fell apart. This is way too early to be doing rice paddies. He should have been over here hunting. I know he might have been a little bit scared of the Fellhen. I'm not denying that. But if you just got a couple of spearmen up there, or maybe an Opal Shenet thing out of your consulate, you could still go food off the hunts and save all that wood so you can get more spears, more archers, and eventually segue towards fire lancers and huachas. And possibly Byung-Yungs later, because if you had Byung-Yungs in Age 3, the Byung-Yuns or whatever they're called, probably could have shot down all of those household blues, because it's a rather cheap and spammable unit there. So yeah, I don't know. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah. Okay, we're going to restart the game now and go to a new match. Let's see how this next one looks. Okay, let's boo it in. See what the next recording is. I gotta check it on Discord right now. Six nine six nine six nine six. Wait a second. What's that recording called? 69696969. What's that mean? A USA and Brazil versus Central America and Japan. Alright. Let's see what that one's all about. Kind of interested, actually. 696969. Should be able to easily locate here, right? Yeah. Here we go. This one. A pretty interesting match here, so let's get started. So we got Fierro playing as the United States in this spot. Los Gringos. Soggy is playing Brazil in this spot. Up here we got Japan, the Whole Live Civ, of course, of Yagu. And then we got Central America up here in this spot. So which Civ should we look at first? Probably Soggy Civ Brazil. Brazil's kind of a fun one. See, Brazil, sort of, from an economic standpoint, kind of became kind of like the Russians. So instead of training villas one by one, they train slaves in blocks of 3 for a cost of, I think, of about 210 coin. So, yep, basically a very different economy. They do actually get a card, which I don't know if he has in his deck or not. Imagine running this deck. Let me see if he has that card, actually. I was curious. Looks like he doesn't. There's actually a card that they get that trades the coin cost for a cost of food. So instead of the 210 coin, you can opt to get the original Russian block training cost of 270 food. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. But either way, kind of have to be fancy with your macro in this. But yeah. Wait a second now. Wait a second. Didn't I booted the right one this time? What is going on? What is going on, man? Did I not boot the right one this time? Or I'm trying to figure this out. Did these people jarble the recordings? Did they jarble the recordings? What is going on here? I hope they didn't do that. Just give me a few seconds. I'm going to check this. And if not, I'm going to restart the game real quick in the other one.
Zima som de lasa. Ze sing padere payawar.
Mi artă!
Som de la som de las som de lasa. Zima ris padere bera sara. Shagale padere payawar.
صحیح آری شکارچی
Zima som de lasa.
آری آری شکارچی
Ze singe khidmat kawlay shum. Som de lasa.
آماده می کنم معمار
Zima
I
risalat
see your explorer is out frantically accumulating random odds and ends. Your settlers must be very inefficient.
آری معمار
This payo padera some de la padera bera sara payawa some de lasa padera bera sara some de lasa Zemaris padera bera
Una
sara
ومنع
آم شکارچی
شاغلي some de lasa زسنجة خدمتك وليش Zemaris halat payawa
آماده شکارچی
This padera some de lasa padera bera sara payawa some payawar payawa padera bera some de las payawar
آری شکارچی
Zemaris some padera bera padera some de lasa payawar some de lasa padera bera sara payawar Zisinga padera bera sara Zisinga خدمت کولی شم some de lasa
هو ريش بايرة ميارتا
شاغ some de lasa Zisinga some de lasa padera bera sara some de lasa
سلام آری
Zemaris some de padera bera some de lasa Zising padera bera Zisinga خدمت کولی شم
آری شکارچی
آم شکارچی آری صحیح
آماده آری شکارچی آماده صحیح شکارچی
شاغلی زما رسالت زه څنګه خدمت کولی شم
آماده
آماده صحیح معمار
شاغلی پیوار زما رسالت سم د لاسه شاغلی په ډیره بیره سره زما رسالت پیوار شاغلی سم د لاسه زما رسالت
Grubbing in the dirt
زسنګ
again.
پیوار
I'll set for you.
پیوار په ډیره بیره سره په ډیره بیره سره
آری چوب بر
سلام چوب بر
په ډیره پیوار
امیر چتری فایر وکړه
زما رسالت په ډیره بیره
منه انتظار راکو انتظار منه خیر کړه
زه څنګه خدمت کوم
آماده چوب بر آماده شکارچی
زما پیوار
انتظار فایر وکړه منه خیر کړه
زه څنګه خدمت کولی زما رسالت سم د لاسه پیوار شاغلی پیوار سم د په ډیره بیره سره
امیرونه را کوزی کرا
زما رسالت سم دلاسا
آمار می کنم. آری صحیح. معمار
سلام.
سلام. معمار
پدیره بیره سرا
آری چوب بر
پدیره بیره سم دلا شاغلی
دی پیاده نظام انتظار وکړه فایر وکړه انتظار وکړه منخه یې کړه فایر وکړه انتظار پتری را کوزی کړه
زما رسالت پیوار سم دلاسا
آماده شکارچی آری چوب بر
آماده می صحیح. معمار
شاغ پدیر سم دلاسا سم دلاسا
هو جیر سپایی چتل موزک
زس پدیره بیره سرا
آمیرونه
سلام می کنم. معدنچی
شاغل پیوار زما رسالت سم دلاسا شاغل پیوار سم دلاسا سم پدیره پیوار سم دلاسا پیوار سم دلاسا پدیره بیره سرا شاغل پیوار سم دلاسا پدیره بیره سرا زما رسالت شاغل پیوار
صحیح. معمار
زما پیوار پدیره پیوار
آمار می کنم. معمار
پدیره بیره سرا سم دلاسا پدیره بیره سرا پیوار 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 شاغلی سم
You have squandered your resources advancing to the next stage so quickly. Nothing more.
آری صحیح.
سلام صحیح. معمار
منخه یې کړه منخه یې کړه پتری را کوزی کړه پتری را کوزی کړه نظام را چتل موزک
معمار یک چوب بر
فایر وکړه پتری را کوزی کړه پتری را کوزی کړه
فایر وکړه امرونه فایر وکړه یا فایر وکړه
آری شکارچی سلام. معمار
صحیح. معدنچی
دی پیاده نظام راپورت انتظار وکړه
آماده چوب بر آری صحیح. میکو شکارچی
زی څنګه خدمت کولی شم پدیره سم دلاسا فایر وکړه یا سر فایر وکړه پدیر بیر امرونت پدیر ما رسالت پدیر بیر
مسيرة كودك فاير وكرة نظام رامبوس
شاغلي صم پدیر بیر سرا
puedo hacer por vos.
سلام چوب بر آری معمار آری آری سلام معمار
ما رسالت
انتظار وكرة انتظار وكرة انتظار وكرة ستل موت فاير وكرة
پدیر بیر سرا
جيري فاير وكرة
پدیر بیر
آری میچوار معدنچی آری چوب بر
ليش مخ بيعرض
چوب بر
شاغلي صم پيوا پدیر بیر صم دلاسا
میکاری
زمپد پيوار
آماده معمار آری معدنچی
پيوار شاغلي صم دلاسا زما رسالت صم پيوار پدیر بیر سرا
چوب بر
صم دلاسا
هو أعطى
پيوار
Votre ordre, très bien. Oui, je le ferai.
سلام معمار آری علوف جمع کن
Oui, je vois bien. Je l'attaque.
هو أعطى
شاغ
Votre ordre. Ouais, chargez. Ouais, chargez. Ouais, chargez, chargez.
آماده آری میچوار علوف جمع کن سلام معمار
Prêt. Ouais, je le ferai. Ouais, chargez. Votre ordre. Oui. Ouais, je le ferai.
شاغلي
Oui, très. Oui.
آری آری معمار
بیرته گروپ جوړه فنخه اکرا فن پشتي فنخه اکرا
معدنچی
اوس فایر وکړه فنخه اکرا
بدرش خان ول
یا پروسه Payawa, padera beer, de singer het payawa, padera beer sara. Padera, som de lasa.
Amjiri, panachayekra.
Larshi! Look, Satunke! Larshi! Larshi! Panachayekra! Payawa, padera beera sara. Sing som Shivani ka Yes, bip kusche. Zima. شاغلي بايوار يا بيرتا جروب بايوار مش كوشي سبات بايوار يا سر لا مش في بالي كمان
دی پیاده نظام انتظار وکړه چتل موزک
آماده آری معمار
padera beera sara.
سلام سهمی می کنم معمار
Som de lasa.
سهمی معدنچی
Votre ange, oui, char à l'attaque, très bien. Oui, oui. Prêt, char à oui.
Som de lasa.
Oui, très oui, rechargé.
سلام می کنم معمار
What? How can this be? I cannot fight on without troops or resources. I tender my resignation to you.
بايوار
ليش بحكي استاذ نخي وشتكرا فايرو جير انت فايرو كرا جيري انت فايرو كرا
آری علوف جمع کن
هو فيوار انت استاذ نخي وشتكرا
سما padera beera sara.
Oui.
Yes sir.
Oui, chargé. Oui, je le ferai. Ah oui.
Padera beera sara. Padera beera sara. Padera beera som de lasa. Padera beera sara. قطار جوړ کړی نیول او خاغلی انتظار وکړه ما رسالت او لارشي فایر وکړه فنخ يكرا لغمة ساتون فقدار جور صم دلاسة صم دلاسة بدير بيوار بدير بيوار بدير بيوار صم دلاسة بدير صم دل بدير بيوار صم دل بدير صم دلاسة بدير بيوار شا بدير بيوار صم دلاسة زسنگ بدير بيرا سرا بدير بيرا سرا
Votre ordre? Très cher. Oui, très bien.
لغ مخكي سكتار جورتي
آری معمار
Prêt.
ساتون كتنيول
Votre ordre? Oui.
آماده معدنچی
Prêt. Oui, oui. Très bien, je le ferai. Votre ordre? Oui, à l'attaque.
ساتون كي لارشي لارشي
این پر او
آری میکشون برد
سلام صحیح معمار
Oui, je le ferai. Oui, chargez. Oui, je très bien.
سبيوار
میکنم معمار
شاغلي
Je le ferai à l'attaque. Oui, je le ferai. Chargez. Oui, à l'attaque. Ouais.
زسنگ بدير بيرا
Oui,
سرا
oui. Très bien, oui.
زما رسالة صم دل بدير سبيوار صم دلاسة صم دلاسة
Oui, oui.
شا بيوار لارشي
جوری اونیسا
آماشو برد
آماده علوف جمع کن آری علوف جمع کن
تا او تو پر او آقا
آری معمار
توپ خا غاړه بند نه کړې
Prêt, votre ordre? Je le ferai. Chargez. Oui, je le ferai.
بدير زما رسالة زسنگ صم دلاسة بدير بيوار
جیر فکری را کوزی کړه هو فکری را کوزی کړه توپ بیا ګروپ ماته توپ بیا جوړی ونیسه توپ خانه بیا ګروپونه جوړ کړه
لغ مخکي
چتل موزک
سلام آری معمار
او پشتیبانی کوز شه بیرته گروپ جوړول
جوړی ماته توپ بیا ماته جوړی ونیسه
Charge!
بیا گروپونه جریونه سا
آماده. سلام. شکار. چوب برد. آماده. آری. چوب برد.
ایوان قطار جور کړي
این تاسو لمپو پر یو وار
شاغر سپایو
Prêt, oui.
توپخانه ماته جری ماته تو فایر وکړه ماته غاړه مې باندې فایر غاړه مې باندې نکړې توپخانه جری ونیسه توپخانه مات جری ماته بیا ګروپونه جوړ کړه جری ونیسه ماته توپخانه فایر وکړه
زموږ څخه ډېره سره فایر وکړه
Oui, je oui.
توپخانه جری ونیسه غاړه مې باندې نکړې
می کنم. معمار.
تفرت لكم نور زنخه
دلاسه فایر وکړه
توپخانه غاړه مې باندې نکړې ګروپونه جړې ونیسه
ساتونکي
توپ جړې ونیسه ماته جړې ونیسه ماته فایر وکړه
قطار جوړ کړي ساتونکي
غاړه مې فایر وکړه
Oui, je le ferai.
یا سر نښه یې کړه
توپخانه
لاړ شئ
فایر وکړه
Oui. Oui, chargez, oui. Oui.
راغلی په یوه
توپخانه غاړه مې باندې نکړې انشاءالله وبه یوه ماته Dia guru pun dia guru pun mata. Dia guru pun juri mata. Fire okra.
My empire has been defeated. I offer my surrender.
Yes. Are you ready?
Órdenes.
Napay. Sí, all sí. Sí.
Por el Perú.
Napay. Sí. Cazadores.
Órdenes. Por el Perú. Sí. Al ataque.
Mi taita. Ahorita.
Voy. Sí, señor. Por el Perú. Al ataque. Por el Perú. Por el Perú. Voy. Órdenes. Voy. Señor, voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy.
Patrón. A cazar.
Escucho. Voy. Por el Perú. Señor, voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Voy. Órdenes. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. 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 Por el Perú. Órdenes. Por el Perú. Voy.
Mi taita. Sí. Ahorita. A cazar.
Escucho. Por el Perú. Órdenes. Voy. Escucho. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Voy. Por el Perú. Por el voy. Por el voy. Por el Perú. Orden. Voy.
Señor.
Por el Perú. Por el Perú. Por el Perú. Órdenes. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Por el Perú.
Patrón, voy. Ahorita. Cazadora.
Escucho. Voy. Por el 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 Perú. Por el voy. Por el voy. Por el Perú. Por el voy. Por el voy. Por el voy. Órdenes. Por el voy. Por el Perú.
Sí, ahorita. La pay, sí, sí.
Voy. Por el voy. Por el voy. Por el voy.
Señor.
Por el voy. Por el voy. Por el por el Perú. Voy. Por el voy. Por el por el Perú.
Sí. Sí.
Por el voy. 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 Por el Perú.
Voy, sí, voy. Leñador.
Escucho.
Patrón. Ahorita.
准备好生命建筑工
Mitadita, hoy sí. Voy.
A la mina. Leñador. Patrón. A cazar. Sí, a cazar.
Hoy sí. Ahorita. Cazador.
Voy, sí, voy.
Claro.
Leñador. Patrón, sí, voy, sí, ahora sí.
Mitadita. Cazadora.
Señor, sí, voy.
Patrón. Sí, ahorita.
Órdenes. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú.
La pay. Ahora sí. Ahorita. Leñador. Voy.
Sí, claro. Sí, claro. Sí, voy. Sí, señor.
Señor.
Voy. Voy.
Leñador.
Órdenes. Al ataque. Dígame.
Ahora.
Señor. Sí, señor.
Fuego.
Escucho. Voy.
Mi taita. Sí. Voy ahorita.
Dígame. Voy. ¿Mis órdenes? Sí, señor. Voy. Claro, voy. Órdenes. Voy.
Patrón. Sí.
Escucho. Por el Perú. Por el Perú. Señor. Claro, sí. ¿Mis órdenes? Voy. Sí, voy. Dígame. Claro, sí, señor. Por el Perú, por el voy, por el voy, por el Perú, voy, por el Perú, por el Perú.
Sí, señor.
Por el Perú. Al ataque. Por el Perú.
Sí, señor.
Al ataque. Al ataque. Por el Perú.
Sí, señor.
Por el Perú. Al ataque. Al ataque. Por el Perú.
La pay. Sí. Voy. Ahorita.
Por el Perú. Sí, por el Perú. Al ataque. Al ataque. Ahora. ¿Mis órdenes?
Ahora.
Mi taita. Sí. Voy. Sí.
Señor, sí, señor. Oh, sí, claro.
O sí. Voy. Sí. Ahorita.
Por el Perú, por el Perú. Orden, por el boy. Es por el boy.
La pay. Leñador.
Patrón cazadora. La pay.
Sí, claro. Sí, voy. Por el boy. Por el boy. Por el Perú. Por el boy. Por el boy. Estou ferido! Não me posso mexer!
Digo, cigarro. Ahora sí voy.
Por el Perú. Orden, sí. Al ataque. Por sí. Al ataque. Ahora.
Ahora. Señor.
Fuego.
Ahorita.
Orden. Por el Perú. Por el Perú.
¿Mis órdenes?
Es por el Perú.
Ahorita.
Orden. Por el Perú. Orden. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú.
Mitad seca cazadora. Napay. Patrón cazadora.
Orden. Sí, señor. Orden, señor. Marcha.
Sí, voy. Sí, señor.
Por el Perú. Sí, señor.
Ya voy.
Sí, ahorita.
Voy. Marcha. Orden. Al ataque.
Ahí. Voy. Sí, señor. Señor.
Ahora.
Oh, sí, señor.
Fuego.
Claro, oh, sí, señor.
Fuego. Al ataque. Sí, señor.
Yes.
Yeah, had a lot of pretzels there. Should be ready to yap again. Yeah, probably. So, yeah, good match last time. Also did a comp stomp there with the Persians. I wanted to see if we get 25% handicap if we could take out 2 AIs. Looks like we can. Using the harem photography build. Yeah, that was quite good. Ooh, Kaiser's in here, and who else is joining? Who else will be, who will be slot number 6? Oh, he's going Mary. Mary. Yeah, okay. I'll go Mary as well. So we got France and Portugal and 2 Maoris. Wonder who the 6th player will go as a Civ. Yeah, whenever you get 2 Maoris, it's always chaos. Oh, he's going Portuguese. Got dos Portuguese now. Yeah. That'll be insane. Day. We still need a 6th player, anyone. If anyone wants to jump in, please come now. Forever hold your peace. Yeah, we might have to do free-for-all at this point. I'm definitely not going Maori in a free-for-all, though. That is too troublesome. Rush to the chill. I'm fine with that. Gives me a bit of breathing room this time.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Just waiting on Lars.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Don't rush him. He's trying to eat his gummy bears and his cookies and brownies and bread with special butter.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Lars, up, we finally finished the gummy bears.
Kisablem Funis.
Sagafapapapthesa.
Info.
Yes.
Oui. Mapfesa.
Kisambampratho.
Mapfesa.
Sakap we. Chasse.
Mwen pari.
Konem pare.
Sakapet.
Moi impratho. Afapthesa. Kisa impratho. Impratho.
Mwen pari. Mbral info. Chasse.
Sakap en avant. Boss maison.
Sagapet impratho. Imprathom. Impratho. Afom. Imprathom. Bapthesa.
Yes.
Kisablem Chasse.
Moi impratthesa. Afom. Bapthesa. Kisa uvlem afom. Impratho. Moi afom. Kisa afom.
Mbral fel. Sakap mbral fel. Chasse. Mapfesa. Chasse.
Sagapet afapthesa. Moi impratho. Afom bapthesa. Afom. Impratho. Bapthesa. Impratho. Kisa
Anavan.
Impratho. Kisa impratho. Impratho.
Moun ki koupe bois. Chasse.
Moi afom. Afom.
Oui. Mwen pari. Info. Mbral fel. Récolte.
Kisa bapthesa. Afom. Sagapet. Afom. Kisa afom. Bapthesa. Sagapet. Impratho. Bapthesa.
Really, in this situation, the most important thing is to check all sides of the river on our side of the bank and make sure that there's nobody within, a pretty sizable distance. We really just want enough time to be able to build, decent economy, maybe get a barracks or two, and be able to survive long enough. Get my goats over here. Maybe put a little bit on the wood. Probably get a market now too. Start focusing on the wood shopping. You can put the mercado probably in this spot. Yep. Alright, let me check up on the north side of the bank now. See if there's any treasures we might be able to collect. Well, there is a treasure over here actually. Protected by these prosquietos. Yeah. Get the double-sided axe. Gonna want to keep this colony safe because there's a bunch of techs we want off of it.
Kisa afom, mprafo, afom. Nabatake. Lucio.
Oui, info, boss maçon. Moun qui coupe bois.
Saga mplafom. Mprafo. Tu sais collecter. Oui, fournis.
Écolté. Moi Paris.
Fournis.
Écolté.
M'prafo.
Oui, unissez. Ça, en forme. Boss maçon. Oui. Boss maçon.
Aufhört, jawohl! Verwirrt erledigt!
Ça qu'a fait. Boss maçon. M'bral fait. Boss maçon.
Verwirrt erledigt!
M'prafo.
Oui, moi Paris. Unissez.
Moun qui coupe bois. Moun qui coupe bois. Ça gap pas femme. Moi pas, m'pas faire ça. M'pas femme.
Oui, en avant, moi parler.
En forme. Moi Paris.
Collecté.
Ça gap m'pas faire. Moi pas femme. M'pas faire ça.
Moun qui coupe bois. Sac à fait. Moun qui coupe bois.
Qui ça vous voulez me faire?
Moun qui coupe bois.
Sac. Moun qui coupe bois.
Moun qui coupe bois.
Ja, verstanden.
Sac à fait.
Moi pareil. M'bral en faux. M'a fait ça. Boss maçon. Moun qui coupe bois. Oui, moun qui coupe bois.
Très bien. Maçon.
Wird erledigt.
Moi pareil. Oui, en avant. Boss maison.
Moi pas un profil. Qui ça un profil? Un profil. Moi pas fait ça.
En avant. Boss maison.
Sac à fait. M'a fait ça. Boss maçon. Oui. Moun qui coupe bois. Sac à fait. Boss maçon. Moi pareil. Boss maçon.
Kiss m'pafom. M'prafel.
Oui. Boss maçon. Mwen pare planté.
Ça qu'a fait, à femme.
Qui ça? Oui. En avant, boss maison.
No. No. Yes.
Oui, en forme. Boss maçon. Ça, boss maçon.
Mwen pa femme. Pa femme.
Mwen pare, oui. Moun qui coupe bois. Qui ça? Oui. En avant, boss maison. Fournis. Qui ça veut me faire?
Mwen, moun qui coupe bois. Ça qu'a fait. Boss maçon.
Boss maison.
Qui ça fait? M'prafel. Pas fait ça.
Anap, nous suis yo. Anap, attaqué.
connais pas. Boss maison. Boss maison.
Oui.
Oui, connais pas. Boss maison. Boss maison.
Ça qu'a fait. Boss maçon. Boss maçon. Moi, moun qui coupe bois. Moun qui coupe bois. On y sait. Moun qui coupe bois.
Qui ça qu'a fait? Me parler, ça qu'a fait en avant. Me parler, oui.
Moi Paris. Boss maçon.
Ça qu'a fait? Qui s'en veut faire? Oui, en avant. Me parler.
Ça qu'a fait. Boss maçon. Moi Paris. Moun qui coupe bois.
Moi pas fournis.
Oui. Ça qu'a fait. M'a fait ça. Boss maçon.
Ça qu'a fait? Boss maison.
Blessé. Pas marché.
Oui, en avant. 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 Oui, on aime pas. Oui, on va attaquer. Oui, en avant. Grosse maison. On va parler. On va passer sous l'eau.
Oui, je le ferai, je le ferai. Oui, très bien, oui. Ouais, ravi, je le ferai.
Oui, en avant.
Oui, très bien. Oui, oui.
Map fait ça. Boss masse. Hop, map fait ça. Boss masse.
Oui.
Boss masse.
Ma page, t'as dit. En aller.
Oui, on aime pas. Grosse maison.
On va le faire. Boss masse.
Ravi, je le ferai, très bien.
On va parler. Oui.
Ouais, ravi, je le ferai, très bien. Oui.
Qui s'en veut? Oui, en avant.
Récolté.
On va parler. Oui, en avant. Oui, en avant. On va parler. Oui, en avant. Oui. En avant.
Moun qui coupe bois, on va le faire. Boss maçon.
Qui s'en veut me faire? Qui s'en veut? Oui, en avant. Oui, en avant. Oui, qu'on aime. Boss maison. Boss maison. Oui, en avant. Qui s'en veut me faire? Oui. Ça qu'a fait. On va parler. Oui, en avant. Ça qu'a fait. Ça va paquet. Oui, en avant. Qui s'en veut faire? Oui, qui s'en veut? Oui, en avant. Paquet. Me parle. Paquet. Oui, en avant. Paquet. Ça fait.
Boss masse.
Oui. parler. Oui.
Oui, m'a fait ça. Boss maçon.
Moun qui coupe bois. Ça qu'a fait. Nous sous, n'a pas taqué. Ça qu'a fait. Nous sous, yo. Oui, n'a pas taqué.
Il a le fait. Un peu. Boss maçon.
Ça qu'a fait. Oui. Mon pas oui. Oui, en avant. Oui. En avant. Fait. Oui. Oui, qui s'en veut faire? Oui, en avant. Oui,
Yes.
Upgrade your trade route. Upgrade your trade route. Upgrade your trade route. Yes. Upgrade your trade route. 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 Upgrade your trade route.
LOL! I am ROTFL!
Yes.
jolly good show. Very good show. On my way. Now that will never do. Cabinet. Jolly good show.
Dyna le da, unrhyw bryd, boss.
Diwrnod braf, don't pester me. Unrhyw arch on the hunt.
That jolly good show. What? Let's on my way. Can I? Very good. And let's see what's out there. That jolly good show. Beautiful. No, very good show. Very good.
LOL. I am ROTFL.
Very good show. Very good show. Let's on my way. Capital. Jolly good show. On my jolly good show.
Good done me nigh, clearing the land.
Beautiful day for a stroll, sir. Aye, an excellent and jolly good show. So, let's see what's out there.
Be dyna le da mi ar unwaith. Hello, mi dyna le da tracking. Good day. Be ar in don't pest on the hunt.
Can I help? What's the good word? Sir, capital! Capital! Very good. On my way. And on my way.
Beth, all right, mi wna'i. Good day, sir. On the hunt.
Very capital. Very good show. Ah, yes. An excellent suggestion, sir.
All right, on the hunt.
Sir, very good. Capital. Very good show. Push on and moving to attack. On my way. Ah, yes. On my way.
Old Tory Coid.
Jolly good show.
Beth, on the hunt.
Beth in ar unwaith. Adeilad. Beth yw e? Hello? Felling lumber.
Good day, sir. Beth ydw i'n ei adeiladu? On the hunt.
Yeah. Mi arin do in da mi do in da it dana le da.
Jolly good show, sir. Can I help? It was yours, now it's ours.
Yeah? In Loval.
Jolly good show. It was yours, now it's ours.
Beth do it mi dana le da.
Diwrnod braf, inte? On the hunt. Beth yw? Ni wna... Dyna le da. Helo. Ar unwaith. Clearing the land.
Beth ydw i'n ai ad track on the hunt.
All set. Loval. Beth ydw i'n ei adeiladu?
What's the good work? Capital. An excellent suggestion, sir. Jolly good. An excellent suggestion, sir. Sir, capital. It was yours, now it's ours.
Diwrnod braf, inte? On the... Ar unwaith. All set here, sir? Yeah? Ar unwaith. Hello. On the hunt. Low vowel.
An excellent suggestion, sir. On my way.
Yes.
Global.
Be on the hunt.
Ah, yes. Let's see what's out there. It was yours, now it's ours.
¿Qué puedo hoy? Lo que ordene, señor.
All set? All right. Dyna le da.
Dígame, Calcazar.
Hello? Are you on the hunt?
Jolly good show.
Good. All right. Don't me nigh. A day, lad.
And on my jolly good show.
Torry Coid.
What's the good word? Capital. It was yours.
Redo.
Now
Ja.
it's ours.
Självklart. Ja, min herre. Byggmästare. Byggmästare.
Hello? Torry Coid.
Hello? It me nigh.
Jagorilla.
Torry Coid. Felling lumber. Good day. All right. Don't pester me.
Grant. I'm gunning.
Sir, jolly good show.
Diwrnod braf, inte? All right, don't clearing the land. Beth yw e? A day clearing the land. Good day, sir.
Jaku. Ari, Gorjaku, Gorilla, Jay, Jaku. Gorjaku. Jay, Gorja.
What's the good? Capital! Let's see what's out there. It was yours, now it's ours.
Ari, Gorja. Jaku.
Very good. On my way.
All in it dumper clearing the land.
Tori Coid. Brav, inte?
Beth mi dumper me. Adeilad. He are in rebuilding the British Empire.
Jay, Gorjaku. Ari, Gorjaku.
You capital.
Artillery standing by. On the move.
What's the good word? Jolly good show. Capital. On my way. Sir? Jolly good show.
Tori Coid.
What's very good show?
Lo que ordene, señor. Ganar.
Let's see what's out there. It was yours, now it's ours.
Gorjaku.
Gloval.
Damanin min. Beth Tori Coid. Diwrnod. Dyna le da. Adeilad. Built clearing the land.
All dumper me. Clearing the land. Diwrnod Tori Coid.
Yeah. Dyna le da. Building the British Empire. Beth yw e?
Good day.
Jolly good show. It was yours, now it's ours.
Yeah. Adeilad.
Good felling lumber.
Beth ydw i dyna le da. Glofawl. Good. Unrhyw building the British Empire. All felling lumber. Hello? Dyna le adeilad. Beth felling lumber.
Beth yw e? Torri coed. Beth ydw i ar unwaith? Adeilad. Clearing the land.
All in ar unwaith. Building the British Empire. Torri coed.
Diwrnod braf, inte? Adeilad.
An excellent suggestion, sir.
Hello? Clearing building the British Empire.
LOL! I am ROTFL!
Very good show.
Beth yw e? Ni na unrhyw bryd, boss. Building the brick, clearing the adeilad, clearing the land. Diwrnod braf, inte? Building the British, clearing the land, building the British Empire, clearing the land.
Beth yw e? Clearing the land.
Dígame, parecía.
Good day. In Arinway. Dun me nigh. Adeilad. Clearing the land.
Yeah? All right. Don't pester me. Adeilad. Building, clearing the land.
Dyna le da. Building the British Empire. Clearing the land.
LOL!
coil.
I am ROTFL!
Diwrnod bra, dyna felling lym adeilad. Yeah? Clearing the land.
All set ar dyna le da. Adeilad. Building the clearing the land.
¿Qué puedo no sí, señor? Parecía. Diga Santana.
Sir?
Tot felling lumber.
Good. Tory coid.
Yes? The earth is our canvas, the rifle our brush.
Diwrnod mi unrhyw bryd, boss. Felling lumber.
Beth ydw i'n ei at felling lumber? Beth yw ar unwaith? Beth ydw i'n ei miwnau? Adeilad. Clearing adeilad.
All set glofal.
Aye, sir?
Tory felling lumber.
Volunteer rifles reporting.
Usasehi, Usakaga, Adu Aisu.
Felling lumber.
Diwrnod braf inte. Torri coed. Hello? A minau. Adeilad. Good day. Building the British Empire. Clearing the land. All set you. Adeilad.
Beth yw e? Unrhyw bryd, boss. Clearing the land.
Hello? Arunwaith. Felling lum. Torri coed.
Diwrnod braf, inte? Torri coed. Beth yw e? All set here, sir.
Good day. Unrhyw bryd, boss. Building the British... Hello? Torri coed.
All set here, sir.
Torri coed.
Beth ar unwaith. Clearing the land.
Yes?
Right on the march.
Hello? Clearing the land. And building the British Empire.
Dyna le da. Building the British Empire.
No.
Yes, sir?
Good day, sir. Ari, dyna le da.
All top felling lumber.
All set here. Felling lumber. Dyna le da. Clearing the land.
Que puedas, lo que ordene, señor. Pretía.
Beth felling lumber.
Good day, mi dyna le da. Clearing the land.
Yes. Yes.
Hello? Mi nai. Adeilad.
Heavy cavalry reporting.
Good Tory coid.
Good don't pest it dana leda. Building the British Empire.
Arinwaith. Adeilad. Building the British Empire. Clearing the land.
What can our lot? We'll be back in time for tea.
Dígame, don. Sí me oí. Parecía.
No. Yes. No.
On my way. Capital. Earth is out. Cads and swindlers the whole. Jolly good show. Require assistance. Open fire! Indeed. Cads and swindlers the whole.
Activate.
Yes. Cats and swindlers the lot.
Inru building the British Empire.
God, I've been hit! Send for the medics!
Over. Telling the Benaleda.
Gorilla, Jaku, Utia.
Using the beady eye. Bring them down! Our canvas. The White Tower. Bring them down! Indeed. Ah, yes. Feeling much better.
Adu Sadi.
Dear God, I've been hit! Medics! Yes?
Attacking as ordered. On the march.
Ah, yes. Feeling much better now, sir. Dear God, I've been hit! Send for the medics!
Activate.
Jolly good show. We won't fail you, sir.
All set here, sir.
Big post, be on post haste.
We got it.
Regiment's up.
Yes, sir.
You are generally building the British Empire.
The earth is our
Yes, sir.
the rightful rush.
Sir? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Lads. Ah, yes. Much better now, sir.
Artillery, standing by.
Yes, sir. Yes, very good. Attack immediately, sir. Yes, very good. Attack, advance. Attack immediately. Yes, sir. Advance.
Establish. way, sir. Let's get moving, lads.
At once, sir.
Establish ceilings, lads. And see what's out there. Volunteer rifles reported. The urban canvas. The rifle corporation. God, I've been hit. Set for the
Yeah? Hermione.
Lo que ordenes, parecía.
Cut the fire, sir! God save the king! God save the queen! Bloody hell! Feeling much better, sir.
Come on, keep it. I will. But if we got fire at will.
We won't fail you, sir.
I on the move. All hands to stations. Anfonwch nhw at y diafol.
On my way. On my... Very good. Now that will never...
Yes, sir. Hoist all hands to stations.
buffs.
God, I've been hit! Send for the medics!
We're all prisoners accounted for, sir. Yes, sir. Johnny. Yes, sir. Johnny. Yes. Johnny. Yes. Johnny. Yes, sir. We're all. Yes, sir. Yes. Johnny. Yes, sir. For advance.
Post, fire at will.
Johnny. Yes. Johnny. What? Johnny. Johnny. Yes, sir. Forward. Advance. We're all prisoners accounted for, sir. Forward the buff. We're all. Forward the buffs. Forward the buffs. Yes, sir. And forward the buffs. Johnny. Yes, sir. And attack immediately.
Dear God, I've been hit! Send for the medics!
Dyna le adeilad.
Ah, yes. Feeling much
Dyna
better now,
adeilad.
sir. Let him have it!
Upgrade your trade route.
establishing a foothold.
Beth ydw i'n ei admito ar unwaith.
Shape, sir. Yes, sir.
Tansi, omisi, kakote, omisi, omisi, kakote.
Can I help? You jolly good show. Capital. An excellent suggestion. Push on. That's all. Ah, yes, capital. And jolly good show. Jolly good show.
Kikwe, omisi, kakote. Tansi. Omisi. Kakote, omisi.
What needs doing? Let's see.
Come on, you men.
Heavily reporting.
Commandment? Yes. Heil? Recht? Yes. Yes. Heil? He won.
Open fire!
Yes, yes. Recht. Heil, command. Immenso.
Capital!
Upgrade your trade route. Upgrade your trade route.
That's ours!
Heil, ready, immenso. Ready, immenso. Commandment, yes. Recht. Commandment, immenso. Yes. Ready. Recht.
Omisi.
Come on, yes. I won.
Capital. Let's see what's out there.
All set, you? Adeilad.
Activate.
Ready, I won. Commandment. I'm yes.
Kick Omisi. Kakote. Omisi. Tans Kakote.
Yeah, I mean so. I won.
Capital. On my way. An excellent
We machine.
Yes, I mean so.
Are you ready? Yes.
I yes. Yes, I'm on. Come on, lay on. I mean, he will. I lay on. He will. Ready. I'm on. Lay on. Ready? He will. Come on, I'm on. Lay on. Yes, I walk. I'm on. Ready? He will. I walk. Lay on. He lay on. Ready? I'm on. Come on, he will. Yes, I'm on. Ready? I'm on. Come on, I walk. Yes, I'm on. They will. Commandment. I'm on. Yes, I'm on.
Jay, Korea.
I'm on. I'm on. Yeah, they on. I'm in whiz. Yeah, they on. Ready. Yes, they will. I'm in whiz. Yeah, they on.
Ah, yes. Feeling much better now, sir.
Commandment. Ready. Yeah, I'm on. Ready. I'm on. Yeah, they on. Come on, you. I'm on. Ready. I'm on.
No matter what.
Yes.
I'll always make bombers and zeppelins and flamethrowers, no matter what. Yeah. Yeah. What time is it anyways? It's 1:37 in the mañana. Ooh. So what now? Kinda wanna do a comp stomp before I hit the sack. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah. Want to try 2v2 with 25 handicap for the Afghans?
I can't. I sailed them. What are you? Fire!
سلام آری سهاری شکارچی
Trouble about?
آری شکارچی سلام صحیح
I can. trouble about? Hoofing it. I'm no thief. Nothing else for it. Oh wait, not hoofing it. I can. I hoofing. I sailed
آماده
them.
شکارچی آری صحیح معمار
Away with you, blether skite. What do you want? Aye. Nothing else for it.
آمار می کنم صحیح آری می کنم شکارچی
No, I'm no thief. What do you... Nothing hoofing it. I can. Aye.
سلام شکارچی
آماده می کنم. معمار.
Away with you, blether skite.
آری شکارچی چوب بر آری چوب بر آما شکارچی
سلام شکارچی.
What do you want? Aye. Fire! Away. Lay it on! I sailed them! Trouble about? I'm no thief.
Pick up nuggets while you can. When my soldiers march into your town, it will be too late.
I can't. I'm no thief.
آماده. آری. معمار.
Nothing else for it. What do you... I can. I'm no... I can.
چوب بر.
Nothing else for it. No, I'm no thief. Fire! What do you want? Lay it on!
آری چوب بر
سلام معدنچی.
سلام
آماده. صحیح. میکن. چوب بر. سلام.
آماده صحیح شکارچی سلام می کنم معمار آماده صحیح معمار
آری
آری سلام معدنچی
Oh, hoofing it.
آماده
سلام آری صحیح
آری میکن شکارچی آماده شکارچی آری چوب بر
Trouble about? I can.
سلام آری شکارچی آری صحیح چوب بر
I'm no thief. Hoofing it. I'm no thief. Nothing else for it.
سلام صحیح معمار
What do you want? Hoofing it. What do you
آماده
want?
چوب بر
Drop. I'm no thief. Hoofing it.
آری چوب بر
I can. Drop. Nothing. I'm no thief. I can. I sailed up.
آری میکن صحیح شکارچی
I'm not fire. Hoofing it. What do you lay it on? Fire. Lay it. I sailed high. I can.
آماده معمار
Trouble about? What? Hoofing it. Away with you. What? I can.
آری معدنچی آماده چوب بر
Not hoof. Lay it on. Nothing else for it. Hoofing it. Nothing else. What do you want? Oh, I can.
I'm no thief, aye.
سلام میکنم معمار.
سلام.
آری چوب بر.
Away, I can. What do you want?
آماده. صحیح. چوب بر.
Lay it on.
میخواری صحیح. چوب بر.
آری آری سمی آری چوب بر.
Away with you. I can. Lay. That's fire. What do you want? Nothing else. I'm no deep. I can.
سلام صحیح معمار.
Away with you. No leather scout. Nothing else for it.
سلام. میکار چوب بر. چوب بر. میکنم شکارچی. آری. سلام. چوب بر.
Lay it on. Nothing else for it. Nothing. Lay it on.
آری میکنم. آری چوب بر.
What do you... I can. Trouble about? What? Lay it on.
میکنم. معمار.
سلام چوب بر.
آری. معمار.
آماده.
Nothing else for it.
آری میکار معدنچی. سلام هم چوب بر.
I'm no player. I can. I'm no hoofing it.
آری سمی کنم.
Trouble. Nothing else for it.
سلام سلام میکن شکارچی
Again. I'm no thief. Huh? Lay it on.
آماده
آری آماده صحیح آری
Lay it on. I'm no thief. What do you want? Nothing else. I sailed hoofing it. Lay it on.
آری معمار سلام معمار
I'm no hoofing it. I sailed. Nothing else but it. Fire!
آری میکنم معمار
Hoofing it.
آماده میچوب علوف جمع کن
Hoofing it. Lay. Fire!
شکارچی آری معمار
Aye. Oh, hoofing it. What do you lay it on? Trouble about? Oh, no, hoofing it. What do you want?
Right away! Take your target!
Nothing else. I sailed. Lay it on.
آماده
سمی کنم علوف جمع کن
Yes, sir! Yes, sir!
I sailed up. Trouble and fire. What do you want? Oh, wait. Okay. lay it on. Lay it on. Hoofing it. Fire! Assailed them. Fire!
آری
آری
آماده سعی کنم آری شکارچی
آماده
صحیح
میکن
آری صحیح آری
Away with you, assailed them.
Open your targets!
سلام
آری
معمار
آری
صحیح
آماده
سلام
آری
آماده
صحیح
علوف جمع کن
Lay it on. Away with you, blip. Fire! Hoof it. Nothing else for it. Fire! Lay it on. Hoof. I can.
Targets right away! Open fire!
Assail them.
Is that your army? It is so small. It must be a decoy.
آری
آری چوب بر
چوب بر
صحیح آری صحیح
میکن چوب بر
Fire! What do you want?
آری
علوف جمع کن
I said I can't. Nothing else. Lay it. I sailed. Hoofing it. Nothing else for it. Hoofing it. I sailed out. Lay it on.
tell about that one. It's a bit tricky. Maybe with a different set of AIs it'd be better. Yeah. Whatever. I think I'll be leaving now. It was a great stream, everybody. Thank you for coming. I think our next stream will be on Monday, with the next beta of the Order of Guazin. Yeah, new plushies, new storyline, new mini games. It's gonna be really great. You saw the announcement I put out the other day to give you a bit of a spicy preview of what we're gonna have there. So yeah, definitely come on for that. Otherwise, sign off now. See you the next time.